Actually, I was born in February the 20th, 1938, which makes me kind of one of the old graybacks or whatever. And in Tucson, Arizona, was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, in the desert and foothills outside of Tucson. Of course, now that's all part of the city, but when I was there, we were 5 miles from the city limits, and which I think was a great place to grow up. And then when I was about 13, we moved to Oklahoma. My dad transferred into Oklahoma, but because he was Air Force Civil Service, and but Tucson was a good place to grow up because people thought nothing about the fact that a kid would or a couple of kids would take their bikes and head out into the desert and come back in time for supper, and that kind of was my early fascination with animals, in that I collected everything I could get my hands on, and including some things I shouldn't have, probably in retrospect, like Gila monsters and stuff, and so that was my first, where I really kind of developed an interest in mostly in herpetology in those early days, and then we spent a little time in outside of Portland, Oregon, up on the Warrington River, while my dad was in the Navy and stationed at the Portland Naval Base, which is actually where I saw my first quote-unquote exotic animal other than native North American stuff. At a little place called Seaside, Oregon, they had a little menagerie, and they had a gorilla. And of course, we paid our admission and we went in to see the gorillas and the whatever. And it turns out, of course, it wasn't a gorilla; it was a chimp, and it climbed up on the mesh and peed all over everybody in the front row. And that was the first exotic animal. We didn't have a zoo in Tucson in those days, and first exotic animal other than native North Americans that I'd ever seen. And that was also where I came as about a 6-year-old. Came in with a little water snake, which everybody then pronounced as a cottonmouth water moccasin, which of course wasn't the case because no moccasin ever got that far north. But my early interest was really in snakes, as a lot of kids are, and that kind of continued on after we moved to Oklahoma. My real start with the zoo world was I walked into the Oklahoma City Zoo and into the reptile gardens with a bag full of snakes, actually a pillowcase full of snakes that I'd collected, and met Bob Jenny, who was curator of reptiles there, and then ultimately Julian Frazier, who was the director there. And so then I spent a number of years working with Bob Jenny, volunteering. I couldn't afford to work at the zoo; they didn't pay enough money. But I spent a number of years working with Bob Jenny and going on collecting trips and talking with Julian. It was interesting in that when I finally made the switch from herpetology, because that was where I was really headed. Was originally thought I'd get a degree in herpetology and become another Bob Jenny, and I made the switch from herpetology to veterinary medicine, primarily because in talking with Julian, I decided that I really would like to have some kind of a say in policy and how a zoo was run, and maybe it'd be fun or better to be a zoo director somewhere down the line. So I went into veterinary medicine strictly with the intent of becoming a zoo director, which is kind of ironic because Julian hated veterinarians. His philosophy was the only time you call a veterinarian in is when the animal is down and you're sure he's going to die, because that way you've got somebody to blame it on. And they didn't have a veterinarian. He only called veterinarians when the animal was moribund, that was going to die. And but he tolerated me because I don't think he really believed I was going to go ahead and become a vet.
So you wanted to work in a zoo setting, but you somehow felt that being a veterinarian would help in that, yet in those days, there probably were very few veterinarians who had reached that. Why did you think being a vet would get you to where you wanted to go?
It seemed like it was a more useful discipline. I mean, from a standpoint of doing something useful for the animals, from being able to do something on a zoo-wide basis, it was a much more useful discipline, because not only the medical aspects, but nutrition. You know, in veterinary you get nutrition, genetics. You get a whole broad spectrum of exposures and skills that seemed like a much more useful discipline. Part of the reason was that I was also working with an old-time ex-cavalry vet, Dr. Carlson, who was a really neat guy, and I was raising pet skunks and deodorizing pet skunks. He taught me how to deodorize a pet skunk. Actually, I paid my tuition and all expenses for the first year and a half or so, or maybe close to undergraduate school, by raising and selling pet skunks, and actually he kind of helped me come to that conclusion that veterinary medicine was a good discipline to attack something with. And so basically that's why I went into veterinary medicine. I had a full beard and mustache and a whole bit. Luckily, was told just before I went up to interview for vet school that they'd never accepted anybody with a beard, and so I shaved off my beard and went up and interviewed. And when they said what do you intend to do after you get graduated, and I said, well, we're going to the zoo world, and they allowed us how they didn't know anything about giraffes or gorillas, and the interview got real friendly from then on. It was a really easy interview because I got them onto a subject that they didn't know anything about. and so I got into vet school, and then 4 years later, and of course married Marie. I'd met Marie when we were in undergraduate school at Central State College, and met in a life-saving class and a chemistry class, and then we got married 6 days before I went into vet school, and she was still finishing up her degree, and so when we got ready to graduate, 4 years later, I was the only guy in my class, who graduated without a job. Everybody else in the whole class had a job, and I had actually been offered a couple of very good jobs, but not in the zoo world. There just simply were no jobs in the zoo world to be had. And actually, I had gone to St. Louis. There in your life there are some interesting things that happen that at the time look and feel like maybe a failure or something that doesn't work out, and actually turn out to be really good in the long run. St. Louis had never had a full-time vet. Actually, when I finally became an honest full-time staff veterinarian at the Columbus Zoo, there were only 12 of us that had full-time jobs as veterinarians in the zoo world.
Let me bring you back.
Yeah.
When did you graduate from veterinary school?
What
was the school?
Well, I graduated from Oklahoma State in 1963, and
with no job.
With no job.
How did you start out after you
Well,
graduated?
then I'd gone to St. Louis, and St. Louis was thinking about hiring a full-time veterinarian, but it was going to be about 8 months down the road before they made the decision. And I had a wife and son by then that were addicted to eating, and so there was a job opening for a mammals curator in Columbus, Ohio. So my first paid zoo job was as curator of mammals at the Columbus, Ohio Zoo. I drove up to Columbus in a little Nash Rambler. Found a place that I could shower and put on some clean clothes. Went into the zoo and met Steve Kelly, who was director there. But a lot of people have come out of Columbus. Gordy Hubble, Louis DeSabato, Warren Thomas, Don Farst. I mean, a lot of people have come out of the Columbus system, and interviewed with Steve. He took me home that night, which I was happy about because I had filled my car up. And after filling my car up, I had $19 in my pocket to get home. So, with a little Nash Rambler, you could have gotten home even 1,000 miles for $19 in those days, if you didn't eat. And he took me home, and the next morning, which was a Sunday morning, I got up early and found a bathroom and showered and shaved and went out and got the newspaper and was sitting there in the breakfast nook reading the newspaper when Steve's wife popped in, was a little bit surprised to see me, and asked me if I'd like some bacon and eggs, asked me who I was, and I think she was used to Steve dragging strays home, and almost lost that job right then and there, I thought anyway. She put my bacon and eggs down on the table, and all of a sudden there was a cat that came up on the table and went for my bacon and eggs. Before I could think what I was doing, I smacked that cat about halfway across the room and heard a big gasp and looked up, and here's Steve he's just partway down the stairs in a pair of red bikini underwear. I'll never forget that. I didn't even know men wore bikini underwear in those days. And I thought, you better eat these damned eggs quick because it's over. But he hired me anyway. And I went to Columbus, and then within about 6 months was zoo veterinarian, staff veterinarian, and assistant director.
So he didn't hire you; that you were hired
No.
as a curator.
No, he hired me as mammals curator, and Columbus was in turmoil in those days. It was very, very political. Steve, the reason I made the move up was that Steve got fired, and it was a very political place, political zoo, and I had made a really good decision when the chance to move up. I had a choice of becoming assistant director, which of course was a political appointment, or taking a professional appointment as staff veterinarian, which on some advice, as it turns out, the city attorneys back in the 1800s had included vets and MDs in, so they didn't seem too self-serving, and it was a professional appointment, from which you couldn't be fired unless you were convicted of a felony or your license revoked. So for 3 years in Columbus, I pretty much ran rampant. They couldn't do anything with me.
What year was that?
In June of 1963, and so I was there from June of 1963 until, in effect, October to December of '66. Actually, then went to Omaha, the 1st of December of 1966. Excuse me.
Now you walked in the door at Columbus as the curator. What kind of zoo did you find?
Well, it was basically what you would expect as a typical. Well, I say not typical. It was actually, for its time, was a pretty good zoo, and that they had a good cat collection. They had Colo, the first born gorilla in the world, and so they had a good grade ape collection and a bird collection. They had an aquarium, which was turned out because to have been a good deal. Columbus was in those days, a great training ground. A lot of good people. A lot of people came out of Columbus. It was a good training ground in that there were a lot of things that you saw in Columbus that you said, never again, would I be a part of something like that. And so you got a wide experience. At one time, I was mammals curator, staff veterinarian, assistant director, and acting curator of the aquarium, all at the same time, because Columbus was kind of in turmoil in those days. Great experience, great experience, because you got to do a bit of everything. You got exposed to all kinds of things, and the only thing I didn't kind of have a hand in, except that I did, was reptiles, because Lou Pistoia was the reptile curator, and Lou, in my opinion, still yet today, was one of the really great reptile guys. I mean, he had a track record for breeding snakes and for husbandry and managing snakes that I think still yet today hardly anybody can match. Lou was, totally focused on reptiles, and we had the largest collection of poisonous snakes in the world there. Only about 10% of it on display. We had a huge collection, and because of the fact that I'd started out as a herpetologist, and because I knew Bob Jenny and all of that, I think I was the first veterinarian that Lou had ever trusted, or, so some interesting stories about some of the stuff that we did with Lou, like taking tumors out of about a 9-foot black forest cobra that was loose in a room with us for about 45 minutes because Lou didn't want to hurt his snake. And I was begging, give me a snake hook, because I was just trying to run around the room trying to stay out of the way of Lou and that damn snake. Because a 9-foot cobra and forest cobras, tree cobras are not slow, and they're aggressive. But Lou, Lou was head of reptiles, and but it was a great experience. But it was kind of a thing that you almost had to leave if you could leave of your own free will, because a lot of people didn't leave of their own free will. You had the tools to survive just about anywhere, and because I had a professional appointment, the politicians, couldn't touch me. They made everybody else crazy, but I was kind of bulletproof.
You mentioned you learned some things. What lessons did you walk away with from there?
Well, I walked away with a profound dislike, I don't want to say hatred, but it might have been, for politics and politicians and bureaucracy. And I think that's pretty much stuck with me to this day, because I mean the amount of energy that's wasted on bureaucracy and politics and politicians in a lot of institutions around the country and around the world is just, if you could take that same energy and put it to work on something useful, like animal husbandry, animal care, conservation, why that dislike or hatred, if you will, whatever, cost me a job. In about 1965, I interviewed for the director's position in Oklahoma City, which kind of would have been back home. My folks were in Oklahoma, Marie's folks were in Oklahoma. I'd spent all those early years volunteering at the Oklahoma City Zoo. It was kind of a perfect match. Went in, interviewed, pretty much had the job bolted down. In fact, the president of the society was already made arrangements for the moving company to come get our furniture and the whole bit. And at the end of the day, there was one more small group that I needed to meet. And unfortunately, or fortunately, he didn't tell me who they were, and he just assumed because I was an Oklahoma guy, I'd gone to school for 12 years there and all, that I'd would know, and I didn't. And it was an older group, a lot of white hair. And, you know, after the introductions, why some little blue-haired lady down at the end of the table said, you know, well, Lee, tell us about your politics. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, tell us about your political affiliations and your, you know, and your politics. You know, what's your philosophy? And I said, yeah, my politics, you know, my all the all the things that I, you know, had developed about not liking Columbus kicked in. I just kind of got up on my soapbox and said, well, my politics are personal. That I don't think politics and politicians have any place in the zoo unless they pay their admission, stay on the sidewalk, and obey the rules. It was kind of a big silence, and then we went from there to talking about how many children I had and the weather, and then, you know, then the interview was over, and the board president, you know, because what I hadn't realized was that, you know, the society selected you, but the city hired you. And I'd already met the city manager and the mayor, and they'd already kind of put their blessing on it, and so it was a done deal. It was home free until I talked to the guys, the real power behind the scenes, and told them that I hated politicians, and and it was over. And if you think about it, it was probably the greatest thing that ever happened to me. If I'd have gotten that job, that was a political job and would have been a political job and was a political job for the other people that ended up at Oklahoma City for years and years to come. Whereas the great thing about Omaha is that you know, I've had probably the best job in the country, if not the world, for nearly 40 years or better. I've been there 45 years, but was director for nearly 40, and basically we've had no policy, no politics, period. I mean, other than maybe money politics.
Well, let me ask you about just the staff. Let's go back to Columbus for a minute. Staff veterinarian. You were the staff veterinarian for the Columbus Zoo. There, as you mentioned, not many veterinarians in the United States doing that job. What were some of the things that in the beginning, as a veterinarian, you had to deal with?
Well, I mean, you know, the problem that we had in those days, still to some degree have today, but it was the level, you know, the depth and level of our ignorance of the things that we didn't know was incredible. It was pretty profound. Walked into the door, right into the face of a tuberculosis outbreak in the great apes. They'd had some gibbons that came down with tuberculosis, and then it had spread, and so we had a great ape collection of gorillas, Colo, you know, Mac and Millie and Colo and Mongo, the gorillas, and chimpanzees and orangs and gibbons, that the whole collection was basically tested positive for tuberculosis. So that was that was a big immediate challenge. In those days, the immobilizing drugs that we've got today and the equipment and the techniques that we've got today didn't even exist. Up until about the time I got to the Columbus Zoo, nicotine sulfate was the only immobilizing agent that existed, other than if it was an animal that you could use a barbiturate on. And there are a lot of animals you can't use. You can't use barbiturates on any of the big cats because they'll sleep for 2 weeks. And then Serlin, phencyclidine, came along as an experimental drug just as I got to Columbus. So I was the first guy to actually dart a gorilla or an orang with Serlin, with phencyclidine, because it was still an experimental drug. And in fact, I ended up with some of the guys from the pharmaceutical company sitting around my office talking about how 3 to 5 milligrams of Serlin was better than 3 martinis, with the guy who ran my hospital listening in, and he was, he was a 56-year-old ex-circulation manager for the Cincinnati Enquirer, a really bright guy, but curious. And came back from lunch a couple of days later, and he was doing some funny things, and he admitted that his curiosity got the best of him. He just unscrewed this bottle with all this powder in it, licked his finger, ran it around the rim, because I said, "How much did you take?" And he said, "I don't know, I just ran my finger around the rim and stuck it on my tongue." And so, the guy was a weightlifter, but he did a little ballet for me. He told him, he thought he could bend iron bars, that he was, he could do anything, but he didn't want to. I mean, it was about 5 or 6 hours that we sat with him, and he described there was damned interesting. And then, of course, we locked the Sirloin up, and of course he would never have done it again. He was a really incredibly good guy, but he just got curious to listen to these guys talk. But that was the beginning of having a mobilizing agent that you could actually use on zoo animals, and that was the first use, in about 63, of using Sirloin on a great ape or any zoo animal.
How did zoo veterinarians then communicate with each other?
Well,
Did you?
we did. There were only 12 of us that had full-time paid jobs, and then there were a lot of guys that were on call. Basically, we had one of the guys had a mimeograph machine, and part of the deal was that it cost in those days $10 for the annual dues to be part of the Zoo Vet Association, if you will, and one paper a year of some kind, one clinical report a year. That was the dues, and it got mimeographed. If you sent it in on a piece of on a piece of butcher paper, why, that's the way it kind of came back, and it got mimeographed and sent around, and that was the extent of, in those days, of our communications, and it really kind of remained that way until about 1968, when we actually broke off and formed the I think 68 in the American Association of Zoo Veterinarians, and had our first meeting in East Lansing, Michigan. But it was word of mouth, telephone, and those mimeographed case reports, and the things that we didn't know were profound. I mean, we didn't know what was normal. If you pull blood, it could very well be the first time that you had ever pulled blood on that species, or anybody had ever pulled blood on that species. So now you've got now you've sent it into the lab. You've got a report back, and you're looking at it saying, well, is this do I compare this to a cow? Do I compare it to a horse? Do I compare it to a dog or a cat? Well, in some cases, dog or cat, but in some cases, with the odd species that were not related to domestic animals, you look at this and had no idea. And
were you able, while you were a vet, were you able to change the care of animals at the Columbus Zoo while you were there?
Well, I think so. Yeah, we did a lot of things. I mean, it was advancing. I mentioned a while ago that that in the course of things, there are certain people that both influence you and also influence the world you live in this case the zoo world. Clint Gray was Dr. Clint Gray, who was at the National Zoo. because of course Ted Reed was the director then, and he was a veterinarian, but he wasn't practicing and hadn't practiced for years. But Clint Gray, when I first time I went to the National Zoo and met Clint, I was kind of awed by this, older guy who seemed to know everything and do whatever. And as it turns out, Clint had worked for the government for a long time, for 20 years, but he'd been all over the world. But he and I started our zoo careers at exactly the same month. But Clint Gray had a really profound effect on veterinary medicine in the zoo world, in that he helped organize, and plus because the National Zoo had the resources to communicate. So our first kind of formal communications within the zoo vet were because of Clint Gray. And when we started going to East Lansing to Michigan State, Clint helped sponsor a bit of that, and they did did the conference reports and all of that. And he had a huge impact on the zoo world, and in as far as veterinary medicine. And then of course he hired Mitch Bush, who's been one of our, as far as a diagnostician and a practitioner, one of the great ones.
Just jumping back, when you were at Columbus Zoo, the director there that had hired you, did he teach you anything, give you any lessons, or was he there just too short a time?
Well, he was there a very short period of time, and he taught me to watch out for him, because he was careless about animals. He nearly got us all eaten by a very angry female lion with cubs one day, because he nearly let her out amongst us. But Steve was an interesting, good guy. I mean, he was a good guy, and he was an interesting guy. And without speaking out of turn too much, because he was from a artistic family, but his dad was Bev Kelly, who ran the St. Louis Opera, and his uncle was Emmett Kelly, the clown. But I wouldn't say that Steve was. He was only zoo director technically for a year, and actually he was only zoo director for 6 months.
So he had a good sense to hire you.
Well, or the bad sense. It turned out to be really great, because we were a great training ground, and because I got to dabble in virtually everything in the whole zoo, and have a say and because I had a professional appointment, which meant that I came out of Columbus with a lot of confidence and a really big head of steam, and a lot of enthusiasm, because nobody could tell me what I could do or what I couldn't do. And I think, if I'd have got that job in St. Louis or the job in Oklahoma City, that things would have been different.
I want to jump ahead just a little, because you mentioned tranquilizers and starting to work with tranquilizers. You have had experience and have been a manufacturer of tranquilizer rifle and darts, based on my knowledge.
Pull syringes, blowpipes, yeah.
And all those types of
Yeah.
implements. And based on my experience with people in the business, they speak very highly of the product. And can you tell us, how did you decide to get into that phase of it? What prompted you to do it? What do you think makes yours better than a lot of others?
Well, not only in those days did we, were there not a lot of things that we simply didn't know, right? Because the knowledge base, in the database simply wasn't there. But there were, a lot of the equipment and things that we use today simply weren't there. It was out of necessity. The early dart guns, were Palmer's CO2 guns. Or they had a powder, a 22 powered powder gun. The CO2 guns didn't have much range. They didn't work in cold weather at all. The powder gun, you never knew exactly what it was going to do. I mean, the dart could hit 15 or 20 feet ahead of you, or it could blow through the animal and make a 50 caliber hole all the way through. You never knew quite what the thing was going to do. And so, my first, quote unquote dart gun was that I picked up a Remington rolling block 50-70 saddle carbine, an old military, cavalry carbine, and made a false chamber for it so I could shoot it. It'd shoot a 22 blank, and with some restriction, and still had some problem with what velocity you were going to get out at the end. We needed something else. We needed something else. And actually, even though I was using that gun, actually I didn't go directly into manufacturing dart guns. The first thing that I made and patented was a pole syringe, because you didn't always need a gun that would reach way out. You needed something that would get you an injection at 5 or 6 or 4 feet without getting your arm torn off. And so made a pole syringe out of necessity, and then a couple people came through and saw it, and they wanted one, and so then I had a lathe in my basement in Omaha, and so because I'd been kind of an amateur gunsmith, and because it really started out with amateur gunsmithing, not having to do with the zoo world, and a couple people, and then it got to be 3 or 4 more, and then I suddenly realized, wait a minute, I've made about 10 of these dang things, and so I rethought it, redrew it, and talked to a neighbor who was involved with a pharmaceutical company about what he thought as far as marketing, and he kind of encouraged me, and patented it, and made a pole syringe, which we're still selling pole syringes today. We're still shipping them all over everywhere. And then after the pole syringe, developed modified a couple of other dart guns, and then decided that really had maybe a better idea, and so designed and developed the dart gun, and actually, the last dart guns we shipped was M5s, Model 5. So we've designed 5 different models of dart gun, and I've got a 6th model on the drawing boards right now, and I actually have a prototype made that can be made with CNC. In those early days, I'd have dinner, read the newspaper, and then about 10 o'clock go downstairs into the basement, and once I turned on a machine, I was there until about 2 o'clock in the morning, and that's all well and good when you're in your 40s, but when you get into your 70s, going down and turning on that machine. And so I've got one design that can be totally made with CNC equipment, and I can have made outside. I just ran out of time and the willingness to go down and work in the basement until 2 o'clock in the morning. But we've made, I don't know, maybe 250 dart guns that have gone all over the world, and then got into making blowpipes, blowguns, and darts, and designed a red plastic tailpiece that makes the Palmer dart much more effectively. So basically, the gun that we came up with and designed has a valve on it, so that if you got a 10-pound monkey 6 feet away from you, you can shut it down, and you've got a muzzle velocity of about 150 feet per second coming out the muzzle, and so you can smack a 10-pound monkey and not blow a hole through him. But if you've got an elephant or something, you can reach out 85 yards just by turning the valve up, and a maximum muzzle velocity is about 1,100 feet a second. Which up close, of course, blows right through something, but at 85 yards, you get that same terminal velocity of about 150 feet a second terminal velocity, which seems to be the kind of the magic number for even thin-skinned animals. Most thin-skinned animals will stand about a terminal velocity of about 150 feet a second.
What is the name of the company and how many patents do you hold?
No, well, you just hold one because we had a couple that went awry. We had a patent attorney that crashed and burned and went into the hospital, and we had 3 patents in the mill then. So I just got 1 patent actually. So we thought I had submitted 3 other patents, but it didn't work out.
And name of the company?
Zulu Arms.
It's still going today.
Z-O-O-U, yeah, or Z-O-O-L-U Arms, yeah. So yeah, no, we're just not, we're not right now cranking out dart guns, but a lot of pole syringes. And,
so you had been doing this, but your heart was still in the zoo world, primarily.
oh, well, yeah, I mean, it was, the only reason we did that is we needed it ourselves. The first pole syringe was for my own use. The first dart gun was for my own use. And, then Mitch Bush came along and said, well, wait a minute. So the first, the first dart gun that actually went out the door and sold to anybody was actually to the National Zoo. They ended up buying 2. But, the guys in Wulong and at the Wulong Panda Reserve, they've got a Zulu Simmons dart gun and a pole syringe, and so we got them all over. We got them all over.
So now, when did you decide? You said you had interviewed in Oklahoma City. When did you decide that you wanted to leave Columbus, and what were the reasons? You said you could go on your own, and how did you get to the Omaha Zoo?
Well, it was fairly obvious that Columbus wasn't going to, because it was directly under the mayor. It was a very political and, frankly, in those days, a reasonably corrupt operation as far as the city. The city was kind of a corrupt operation in those days. It's fairly obvious that the Columbus Zoo was not going to progress for a long time, and that's exactly what happened. The Columbus Zoo now, of course, because they've become a 501c3 nonprofit, and have really progressed in the past 20 or 30 or 25 years or so. Great, but it was obvious that the Columbus Zoo was not going to go anywhere, and it was extremely political. I mean, it was extremely political, and as I said, it developed a huge dislike for politics and politicians, even though they couldn't really lay a hand on me, but they laid a hand on everybody else in the zoo. They would come around with a little pad and at Christmas time or different things and say, well, you're so and so, we've got you down for this much money for the mayor's Christmas gift or the flower fund or things like that. Reminds you maybe a little bit of Chicago. Sorry about that. but that basically was it. I mean, the zoo itself was fun. It was great because I got to do just about everything at one time or another, and it was a great training ground. But the politics were bad in the city of Columbus, and that's basically why. And because Omaha, Nebraska was a lot closer to home. It was a brand new zoo starting up, and frankly, Warren Thomas was there, and Warren already had developed a bit of a reputation for not staying hooked in any one place very long. So there was I admit there was a bit of a calculation that if I went to Omaha, Warren was likely to move on before too long, which is about a little over 3 years after I got there. He moved on. The zoo was, well, when Marie and I came to Columbus, the zoo had 10 employees, including me. I mean Omaha. When we came to Omaha, the zoo had 10 employees, including me, a budget of $100,000, 3 years later, when I became acting director in March of 1970, we were up to 14 employees and a budget of $350,000 a year.
When did you start at Omaha Zoo? Who hired you?
Well, Warren Thomas hired me, and
When?
I started in December of 1966
And he hired you as veterinarian?
as veterinarian, and then kind of following a somewhat pattern. I guess going someplace wasn't good for people, because within about 6 months I was also veterinarian assistant director, and within, well, a little over 3 years I was director.
What kind of zoo did you find when you first got there?
Well, it was brand new. I mean, Riverview Park had had a zoo since 1895. The park had been gazetted in 1894, and they'd had a zoo since 1895. But basically, when I got there, the Red Barn was built, the Gorilla House, Orang House were under construction, and the bear grottos had been finished, and that was the zoo. Other than we built for hoofstock. Warren was a big hoofstock fan, as you recall. So we had over a period of time, we developed a really incredible collection of hoofstock, and we built plywood barns and bought cottonwood planks from a sawmill, over 30 miles away, and built corrals and fences and all to have a place to put them. We had no real buildings. The office was an old converted picnic pavilion, which is where we put our first reptile collection in the museum room of that old picnic pavilion, and we built a freestanding reptile exhibit in the middle of that. So it was at the very, very early stages, and so it was, so that, the good thing is that Omaha, basically for the last 40 years, we basically have had no politics. And even though there was a fair amount of bureaucracy in the fact that the board met every month, and because they'd never had when I became director, and they'd never had a balanced budget ever. They'd had to go to the bank at the end of every year to borrow money to meet payroll. They were used to looking at and scrutinizing even a $10 or $5 purchase. It was and they met once a month, which soaks up a lot of energy. To have a monthly board meeting is a lot of energy. And we had like 14 standing committees, which is horrible. But the good thing is that I had some really good advice early on. And the advice basically was, look, boy, we want you to be successful, and whatever you do, balance the damn budget. If you balance the budget, the board's probably going to let you do anything you want, because they'd never had a balanced budget, and board members had to go down to the bank and actually sign personal notes to borrow money to make payroll the last 2 or 3 months of the year.
Well, now let me back you up a little. You were veterinarian, but you stayed in that position a short time, then became
assistant director and veterinarian.
And what were your responsibilities as assistant director?
Everything.
Obviously working
Everything,
farm.
because we had no. When I first got there, Saul Kitchener, who ultimately came up and worked in your shop, was primate curator, but then Saul moved on and went to Lincoln Park, and so we had, as I said, when I became director, we only had 14 employees, so we had no hierarchy, we had no curators, we had no. So as staff veterinarian and assistant director, I was also, I was also the curatorial staff. So again, a good training ground. You got to do anything and everything. And as I said early on, the board president who hired me, Ben Morris, who was an old, rough and gruff, profane ex-Marine, but probably one of the best guys I've ever known. They took me aside and said, we're not going to tell you how to run the place, but if at the end of the year things aren't right, it's your ass. And that's exactly what he said. But if you need help, you holler. If you need help, you got a problem, holler. We'll help you. But we're not going to tell you how to run the place. And whatever you do, balance the budget. And so that first year, and as it just turns out, one of the things that that MDs and dentists and veterinarians and a whole lot of quote-unquote professional people don't get exposed to, even yet today, I think, is any kind of financial management. There was more zoo directors and more veterinarians and more MDs have failed because they couldn't balance a budget. They couldn't read a P&L. They couldn't. And I guess I got lucky in that I just kind of could instinctively do numbers. So instinctively, I always knew exactly where we were, and I could do numbers, and it was small enough that you could learn along the way, and so balanced the budget the first year. Ended up that very first year, at the end of the year, with $40,000 in the bank, which was wow, having a $40,000 surplus at the end of the first year. They'd never had a balanced budget. Johnny Becker, who was the managing partner of Pete Marwick and Mitchell, the big accounting firm, had been the previous board president. And when we made that report at the end of that first year, Johnny got up and said, wait a minute, there's something wrong. And I said, well, there can't be anything wrong, Mr. Becker. It's your your accountants that did our audit. And the good thing about it was that from that point on, really didn't ever have very much problems. The prediction that they'd let me do pretty much anything I wanted to do came pretty much true. There was one other board president that was, every once in a while you remember things that, because the board was kind of used to scrutinizing $5 and $10 purchases, and the board president always co-signed all the checks. And so down the road just a few years, during that first part, we kind of got rid of the monthly board meetings. Ended up with 4 board meetings a year, so that saved a lot of time and energy. And we got rid of all the committees except 3.
Now, when you were under Warren Thomas as he was director, you were assistant director and veterinarian and curator. Was the budget wasn't balanced?
No.
Okay. Now, Warren leaves.
Yeah.
How do you become director? Did you instantly know this is the job I want? Did they approach you? Did you apply?
Well,
how did that work?
Basically, this old ex-Marine came in and said, I'm going to go have a little meeting, talk with Dr. Thomas. Could you stick around and have lunch with me afterwards? He came back in about 20 minutes, and we went to lunch, and he said, well, I actually went into Warren's office, and he said, Dr. Thomas is decided to go to Brownsville, Texas, and I'd like to appoint you, if you're interested, as acting director. And that does not mean that that's a guarantee that you'll become director, but as of this moment, if you accept it, you're acting director. And but basically, it's how it happened. And we went to lunch and talked about a few other things, and so on the 3rd of March I became acting director, and then a little bit later the board voted to make me as director, and then a little bit later on, and as I say, after about the next board president, we managed to get rid of the monthly board meetings. We got down to 4 board meetings a year, which saves a lot of time and effort, and also got rid of all of these committees except for an executive committee, a finance and legal committee, and a nominating committee. And then one of the other board presidents that was will kind of always live in my memory forever was a guy named George Masnick, who was with Northern Natural Gas, and he'd come on board because we had made a pitch to his boss to maybe come on board, and he declined, but gave us our first $50,000 because I mentioned that I wanted to start an endowment, and he gave us our first $50,000. He says, not much, but at least when you ask somebody now, you'll be able to say, we've got an endowment. And also gave us George, and George came on for a year as treasurer and then became president. And the morning after he became president, he called me up and said, you got time for lunch? And I said, sure. And he said, at lunch, he said, well, I've been kind of watching this last year about how things have been running, and we're going to change things. And up to that moment, I thought, this is a really good guy, and I'm sitting there thinking, holy smokes, what's going to happen now? And he said, I've decided that if it doesn't cost more than $10,000 or is something that's going to get us in trouble, I don't need to know about it. And if I don't need to know about it, nobody needs to know about it. And that was kind of a moment where you realize there is a God in heaven. So, and we've pretty much run the place like that ever since. The board over the years, I've never had the board reject or change or modify or even attempt to modify a budget. We've always balanced the budget, no matter what it took, what you had to do. You make along about in the first part of June and again in July, you make your projection on how the year is going to come out, and whatever it takes, you balance the budget. And as I said, the prediction that they'd pretty much let us do whatever we wanted has been pretty true.
So you became acting director in 1970?
Mm-hmm.
And so you were on probation for a little while?
Yeah, for a little while, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then director, and then...
As director now, when you first start, are you continuing to work with animals? Or
well, since I've...
position?
Oh, yes. Well, because, in effect, I was director of the zoo, but I was also still veterinarian and curator, because we only had 14 people. When I became director, we only had 14 people on the payroll. When I retired 3 years ago, I think we were up to 284 year-round full-time and about 30 year-round volunteers, and then summertime with our summer kids, we get over 600, and a budget of about $28 million a year operating. So we grew a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it was. I think the reason Omaha has done so well is that we started out so small that everybody had to do anything that they could do to make the place survive. So, and we've still kept that. I mean, we used to, and they still do today yet, you know, I mean, it became a tradition around the place to do work parties, and that you couldn't afford to hire something done in those early days. So you put together a work crew and a work party if you needed to accomplish something. So I can remember still, even in later years, looking out my window, you know, after we had developed a long, long way, and with a crew building a fence in the giraffe yard, for instance, which is right outside my window underneath the aquarium. And in that were maintenance guys, were keepers, were supervisors, was a staff veterinarian out sweating on building the fence, was a veterinarian / PhD who was head of our genetics department out, you know, digging post holes and lugging, you know, and you know, and even one of the a couple of the ladies from, by then we had a, you know, a public relations and marketing department, and we even had, you know, a couple of the young ladies from the marketing department out sweating and working on a fence. Still yet today, and I think what we've never developed, partly because I'd seen that in Columbus and a few other places, we never developed this business that you see in a lot of big institutions, particularly universities, but also big zoos, of the kingdom syndrome, where you've got a mammals department and a reptile department and a bird department, and each one of them builds a fence and a stockade and a moat around their department, and they defend their department, and huge amounts of energy wasted by defending territory. And you know, it's not that there isn't some of that. We just never have had that develop, never have allowed it to develop like a lot of big institutions and old-time institutions where you have, you know, distinct departments that are discrete and are kind of at war and contesting with each other, because it wastes energy. And I think that's one of the reasons that we've been able to do. The other thing is that we haven't, you know, we've never been good at spelling. In the early days, we couldn't spell EPA and we couldn't spell OSHA. We've never been able to spell union. and we did, you know, for a long time, in addition to being, you know, director and veterinarian and curator and when all of that, stuff, I was also the chief electrician, and I was the only guy that knew in the beginning how to run the rotor-rooter. And we still got a lot of that, you know, that character, that, you know, that philosophy within the organization. A lot of things that we've done over the years, building our own buildings. We also had trouble spelling permit. So there was a fair number of things that got built without permits, which I'm sure you couldn't get away with in Chicago.
Do you feel that being a veterinarian when you first started, that background helped you to develop changes in animal care at the Omaha Zoo?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because it is, you know, because it's a very broad discipline. And as I said, you know, not only the medical aspects of it, but you get a good exposure to nutrition, to basic animal husbandry and hygiene and preventive medicine, to genetics, to a lot of things that if you had a discrete discipline like herpetology or a biology degree or something, you wouldn't be exposed to that. So I think, you know, from the standpoint of a discipline from which to kind of attack the problems of the zoo world, the veterinary medicine was the very best.
How would you describe your style of directing people when you were director?
I've always had an open door policy. Basically, the idea was anybody could walk into my office at any time. Nobody had to make an appointment. to walk into my office and talk to me. I made rounds, and certainly in those early days, a long time, I made rounds every morning, so you knew all the animals personally, and the people. I think one of the things that I learned early on that's really important, and it holds true not only, you've heard any number of people probably over the years say the most important guy in the zoo is the keeper, because he's the guy who sees that animal every day. He sees the animal morning, noon, and night. He knows the animal's habits. He knows when the animal's on or off. The problem, of course, is that if that keeper won't talk to you, if that keeper doesn't communicate with you, if that keeper doesn't say, "Hey, we got a problem down here. I don't know what it is, but we got a problem," then then having him around is kind of useless, because you don't know about it, and so you can't deal with it unless it's something that he can deal with or handle himself, he or she now, since the zoo world has changed considerably since you and I got into this business. And so I think we've always had a policy where anybody could say anything and was expected to say anything. It was not a democracy, but the policy was that everybody knew that there was, if there was something that they agreed with, disagreed with, or something that should be said, they could say it, no repercussions, no problems, and that we'd listen. And that policy, we've in our building design, and of course we've always we've always managed all of our own construction projects. We were the project managers, primarily Danny and I, and that actually, that philosophy and policy is always carried over into building new exhibits, in that some of the very best catches, some of the very best ideas and things that somebody said, "Hey, that's not going to work," or "That's going to cost you money," or "There's a problem there," have come from electricians and carpenters and plumbers that were on the job working, because we've always had this policy, this philosophy of anybody could walk in and anybody could say anything, and you listen and you acknowledge them, and you may say, "Okay, I hear you, but we're going to do it the other way." But I learned that early on from our very first hoofstock keeper, that I really, when it really sank home, and that Elroy was a very polite guy, and he would always preface everything with, "Well, I don't want to tell you how to do your business, but did you know thus and such, or did anybody tell you that this is a problem we've had," or whatever. It was always very polite, but you learned early on that if you didn't listen to what Elroy said, you'd damn well regret it, because what he was telling you was pertinent, and there was a reason. And so we've always had an open door policy, and we listened. And you may decide 180 degrees from what you were told, but you listened. So, and never raise your voice, even if you're angry. They know you're angry.
You mentioned making rounds. Do you feel that people that are heading institutions today, they can be vets, they can be business people, and so on, you think they make the rounds as much as you do?
No. I think that's a big problem, in that if you lose track. I mean, what zoos are about are animals, and animal husbandry, and animal care. I mean, that's what that's what it's all about. And then if you carry that on, conservation and protection of habitat, and the spillover into the types of things that we're doing today, where you're actually making an impact on the wild, on conservation research and biology, and having an impact in situ in the wild. I think in a lot of instances, people either drift away from making rounds, or maybe they never made rounds in the first place. There are, unfortunately, a lot of zoo people today who are really not biologists, zoologists, or not really animal people. They don't have any background in animal husbandry. They're kind of desk bound, by the book types, who really don't have that connection, that touch with the animals, and that's how a lot of mistakes are made. Because you can't just have a by the book, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is what you do approach. I had an old guy once that I hired. He was Polish. He had been a beef lugger in the packing house. I hired him when I was early on, when I was really desperate for a night man. I needed a night watchman to make sure that the furnaces were all burning. He came in with his son-in-law. His son-in-law did all the talking, and we were desperate. We were desperate for somebody to be there all night and make the rounds and watch the furnaces and whatever, and we hired him and found out that, number one, he hardly spoke English, and secondly, he was a raging alcoholic. But by the time we found that out, he was a practicing alcoholic, I should say. By the time we found that out, we also found out that he had the damnedest eye for spotting a problem. And, he would call you up and get you up at 2 o'clock in the morning. And he'd say, "Doc, you better come look at this." And half the time he couldn't pronounce the animal's name. There's something wrong. You better come look. He would say, "There's something wrong. You better come look." And you found out really quick, you better go look. Because this guy had an eye. He had an eye and a touch. And I remember a zebra diker once. He called me up in the middle of the night and said, "Doc, you better come look. There's something wrong with that zebra diker." And I said, "What's wrong?" And he said, "He hasn't moved, and he usually moves at least twice by this time of the night." And I said, "What's he doing?" And he said, "He's laying in the middle of the floor in the hay, curled up." I said, "Okay," because I'd learned that you better come look. When he said, "You better come look, you better come look." I went out, and it looked perfectly normal to me until I went in to kind of kick him up to see how he was walking, whatever, and he didn't get up. Got a bite wound on the side of his neck. He died. And underneath him in the straw was a black widow spider that matched the bite wound. This is a zebra diker, one of the rarest little antelope in the world. I couldn't do anything about it. How do you treat a black widow spider bite in a 7-pound diker? On the other hand, I got to at least have a go at him while he was still alive, because if it had been any other guy, any other night man, they would have simply found the animal cold and stiff in the morning, but you wouldn't have at least had a shot at him at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, keepers and people who have an animal touch, and I think that's the thing that we've lost in the zoo world to a large degree. Is people with a farm background, with an animal livestock background, with an animal husbandry. In the early days, there were a lot of people who came to the zoo world with animal husbandry training and backgrounds, degrees, and even a fair number of directors that had degrees in animal husbandry, or in a biological science. I don't want to, probably get in trouble here, but from an animal standpoint, not from a business standpoint, but from an animal standpoint, the only thing worse for an animal collection of, say, having an MBA run the place would be to have a lawyer be the zoo director. That'll make somebody mad.
What was your relationship with your zoo staff? Obviously, the staff is growing.
Yeah.
how did you develop the curators and the staff, or their training or upgrading? What were you thinking about?
Well, it was hands-on, because in the early days you didn't have any, you didn't have any choice. You had to participate in, even as director, there were times when you had to participate in the care and cleaning, and because I was still getting down, really big important thing I think that was really helpful. The fact that even as director, I was still getting down on my hands and knees and getting my hands dirty, actually treating animals and working on animals, doing surgery and doing all of that, even though within a reasonably short period of time, I had brought Mike July in as curator, and Tom Hoover, and had hired another staff veterinarian and all of that. Still, because the animals, that was the fun part of it. The fun part of it, the thing that kept your juices flowing, were working with the animals. The mechanics, the paperwork, and the fundraising, and all of that. Well, you do fundraising because you find out early on that if you don't fundraise, you don't get to build things. So if you're going to build things and develop new exhibits and programs, you got to fundraise. But the paperwork and the budget and all of that, those were just things that you did in order to be able to do the things that were fun. And the animal part of it was fun. So I always kept my hand in. Even, when we got to the point where we had, 2 or 3 staff veterinarians, you didn't go down and necessarily practice, but you got in as a consultant on big problems or big cases. At least you got to sit in, listen, and lend a little advice as a consultant, and that's what made it worthwhile and interesting. I think if the minute you become director, they take the animal part of it away, there'd be no reason to become a director.
Now, what were you looking for in curators? What kind of skill set? Work ethic?
I think certainly a work ethic, but some animal experience, and I guess probably the most important thing is a passion, a fire in the belly for animals. I get really nervous. Around people who tell me how much they love animals, because a whole lot of those people that talk about loving animals are not going to be good for either the animals or the institution. What I like to hear from somebody is that they're fascinated by, they're interested in, they're challenged, they're somebody that's got a fire in their belly to do work, to make a difference, some passion and some background and animal experience, and preferably, who have worked their way up. One of the things that I think, because as we developed and we came along, we've taken in a lot of students, and maybe we'll touch on that in a little bit later on. But, we've taken over the years, a lot of veterinary interns in, and preceptors and all. One of the things that we have done with every single one, even though you've got somebody who's either about to have a veterinary degree or has a veterinary degree, is a graduate veterinarian, is that they don't come in and start practicing medicine right away. We've had a policy over the years, and we've done this with not just veterinary interns, but with a number of interns, where we start them out in the collection and they work on the crew in every single department, in hoof stock and elephants, great apes, all the way through. They work shoveling and scrubbing cages, and they work on the crew, work all the way through the whole collection before they then come in and actually start practicing medicine or doing whatever it is that their specialty is. By the time they've worked their way through the zoo, number one, they know most of the animals, they know all of the keepers, they know all the supervisors, and vice versa. They all know them, and you've got a pretty good handle whether this individual has a work ethic or not, and whether this individual's got a passion, a fire in their belly, And I think the passion and the fire in their belly is really important, and a work ethic.
Some people have mentioned that they feel highly educated curators that are very familiar with the computer, but don't have much of an interest in the animal management skills. Have you dealt with this as a zoo director, and how could zoos potentially correct this kind of thing, or is there a matter of concern at all?
Well, I would agree with that. It's not that I've got anything against PhDs. I don't, I mean, along the way I picked up about 3 of them myself, but honorary. And we've got on in our conservation and research staff now. We've got 7 PhD level people. But I think you have to start out. Ed Lewis is a prime example, who's started out working, in a Zoo Aquarium in Texas, worked in the Brownsville Zoo, got a degree in veterinary medicine and a degree in cellular genetics concurrently. Is one of the people that I said, would be out sweating on building a fence or doing whatever was necessary. Came up as a keeper and an animal, as a animal management type first. I think if you've never had your hands on or never touched or never managed the animals and don't have that personal connection with the animals, it's not good, frankly. It's not good for the institution. It's not good for the profession, and it's certainly not good for the individual animals, because you don't know and you make mistakes. That's how a lot of mistakes are made. If you look around, if you look in the history, the number of SSPs in the zoo world, it's probably maybe not a subject you want to get me off on too much. But although I was coordinator of the Gower SSP from the beginning until the end of the number of SSPs that have been total disasters, that manage their collections right almost into the ground and into ruin, and we can mention black and white rough lemurs, clouded leopards, lesser pandas, addax oryx, a whole number of them. In almost every instance, they were being managed by a quote, highly educated or PhD level curator who had never scrubbed a cage, who didn't really know the animals, who really wasn't an animal husbandry type. That'll probably also get me a little bit. I guess that's a good thing about being old and retired. You don't have to care. but I've got some very strong opinions that everybody ought to start out getting their hands dirty and working and sweating and get to know the animals and know the animals personally. It's not that you can't, get an advanced degree and do that, or but in many zoos, for instance, veterinarians are never allowed to have a role in animal management. They only treat sick animals. Well, a veterinarian that only treats sick animals is only doing half their job. The big, treating a clinically ill animal in a zoo, statistically, is not a terribly successful thing, because animals don't show clinical illness until they're much, much farther down the road in a disease entity than, say, a human or something who can complain and go to their doctor. And so that the percentage of success after an animal is clinically ill, the most useful function of a veterinarian in the zoo is to be a part of the management staff and be involved with animal management and preventive medicine and nutrition up front before the animal gets sick, and so that the animal doesn't get sick. And there's a fair number of zoos where that simply isn't the case, where those veterinarians are only allowed to touch clinically ill or injured animals. And that's wrong.
You become director of the Omaha Zoo. What vision, when you became director, did you have for the zoo? What was your vision?
Well, there were things that I wanted to do, and it had to start when I became director. It had to start of a good collection. We had a lot of really interesting hoof stock. You know, a big diker collection, a lot of different species of diker, Lord Darby's eland, giant eland, sable antelope and scimitar, and we had a lot. And we had by then, because the first thing that I got to help design was before I became director was the Pachyderm building. So we had African elephants and white rhinos and one Indian rhino, and then a great ape collection, and we had a good great ape collection, and some primates, and not so much of a bird collection, but there were things that I wanted to do, certainly, and a lot of it had to do with long-term breeding and genetic management. And so, one of the things that we developed pretty early on was a philosophy of not simply having a postage stamp display collection where you had a pair of animals or a trio or four animals or whatever, but to develop breeding groups and herds and figure out and manage them long term. So the net result of that is that at one time I looked out and counted, we had 55 galler. Well, no zoo in their right mind should be feeding and taking care of 55 galleries, or 35 or 40 sable antelope, things like that. But people talk about management, and they talk about and genetics and all of that. And if you got a pair or a trio or even two pair, you can't manage anything. All you can do is keep them alive. You're not managing anything because you don't have anything to manage. You need numbers. You need to be able to mix things up. You need numbers to actually say you're managing and you're making decisions, because you can't make a decision with a pair of animals other than, do we breed them or don't we breed them? And the genetics are the genetics. You can't, So I think our philosophy early on evolved into the fact that you need not just your display herd, but you need the second herd, preferably the third herd, and a place to hold the extra males. And of course that we developed kind of in-house first, and then when we took over and finally developed the safari park, which is 24 miles west of town, out on the Platte River, then that really gave us the place to hold that second herd of the extra males and things like that. That came about as a bit of a fluke, in that, because we got 440 acres out there, and we never really intended, my goal and intent was never to develop that as a drive-through exhibit, which 200 acres of it is, but it's all North American animals. The intent was to have a conservation farm, a backup breeding farm, holding farm so we could hold those extra males, so that we could rotate males in through the herd, so that we could have the second and third herd and then swap, trade out calves, female calves and all. One of our board directors lived on a lake west of Omaha, and the guy who owned the lake was a bit of a gambler. I'll put that gently as I can. and needed to borrow some money, and he put up the lake as collateral, was wanting to put up the lake as collateral, and he had some other land, and Bill drove a couple of us out there one day and said, well, you know, here's it. And he wants to borrow quite a bit of money. It's a rather big lake with a number of houses around it. But then this other land, and I said, well, you know, we showed us this piece of land right across from Mahoney State Park. And he said, you know, this is also some land that he owns. And I said, well, why don't you make him put that up as collateral too? Because with his reputation, he's probably going to default. And if he defaults, and he said, well, what would I do with it? I said, it's easy. If he defaults, you give it to the zoo and we'll make a breeding farm out of it. And he said, oh, that sounds good. So we made him put that land up as part of the collateral, and the guy defaulted, and now Bill owns a lake, a big lake, and we own the safari park.
Now, just back me up a little. When did this occur?
Oh. Well, now we'll have to go to the history, which I brought with me in the early '90s or in the '90s. Yeah.
So you have
about 440 acres. Not all of it from that piece, but then we added and bought some more land around it.
So you have this land.
Yeah.
It
Half
ultimately
of-
was given to you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Half of it is, well, 200 acres is a drive-through North American safari park with elk, bison, you know, white-tailed deer, mule deer, pronghorn antelope, and then a few mammals and small stuff, some wolves and bears and.
How did
things.
that concept of that drive-through come about?
Part of it because we'd had a push to display North American hoofstock, because it was all foreign hoofstock, and the realities of life is that native North American hoofstock, particularly the cervids, don't display well in a typical zoo because they need brows. The deer and elk always look like the moths have been at them. They look like ragged death warmed over because, as far as a hair coat, because they don't have the brows. They need the brows, and a herd of bison will reduce any typical zoo enclosure to mud and bare dirt. So, we've got our herds on 90 and 100 acre pastures, and we rotate them, and we've got off display holding for the winter time, and so we can manage so that in the summertime when the visitors drive through, because we got 5 miles of road that winds around through it, they're on good grass and good browse, and they look good. Whereas, native cervids in the typical zoo, whether you're talking about, North America or wherever, they don't display well. So we did that kind of as a part of a justification for all the other things that we wanted to do out there.
Has that been a successful endeavor?
Well, only from the standpoint that, yes, it's been successful, but only because of the fact that we endowed it. We endowed it right up front, because you're not going to attract enough visitors in a drive-through park to pay for the maintenance. I mean, it's just not going to happen. They did that early on in lion country, but then you were driving in amongst lions. But there've been any number of quote unquote outside hired gun zoo designers that have come in and sold zoos a packet of goods about, well, you really shouldn't be displaying lions and tigers and things from overseas. You should do native North Americans. Well, basically, the realities of life is that people won't pay to come in and see North American animals because they can see them otherwise, and there's not as much romance or pizzazz or sizzle or whatever you want to call it to a white-tailed deer or an elk or a bison as there is to a giraffe or a sea lion or an elephant or a gorilla. It's not there. So we get about 95,000 to maybe 100,000 people a year through it. which is, you know, significant, but that won't pay all the bills. And then of course we've got a lot of other things that are going. So, you know, we've got the other 240 acres that are off display, breeding, holding, and conservation.
When you became director, you had, as you talked about, vision, what you wanted to do. What was your vision for the education element of the zoo, and how did you start to develop it?
Well, I think fairly early on. Right after I became director, I went to a zoo conference out in California and got introduced to a very odd species of critter called a docent. Up until then, I'd never even heard the word docent, you know. But the good thing is that, you know, one of the things I found out, they were volunteers, so it didn't cost you anything. And so we came back and talked to one of my board members, who was Henry Doherty's granddaughter, and said, how do you go about rounding up a bunch of ladies, because in those days docents were all women, to come in and be volunteers, you know, because we didn't have very much staff. And she said, well, you know, it's real easy. Talk to the junior league. They start things. They don't run things or finish things, but they're good at starting things. So we rounded up 6 junior league ladies, did some organization and a little bit of training, and then put an ad in the paper that we were going to start a docent program and volunteer program to do education at the zoo. And got way more volunteers than we had, you know, even remotely inspected. And I did the first 2 seasons. I taught the docent classes, and then ended up that second season with a lady down in the front row who just was eating my sack lunch every time I turned around. She was just smacking me with questions right, left, and center, and so I figured, after about the second day, I better find out who the heck this was. And turns out that she was a professor of English at UNO. So that's kind of when we hatched the plan that I was going to quit that. She had all kinds of free time, and so after the break, I went back up and said, all right, guys, listen up, because this is the last year I'm going to be anything but a guest lecturer. Next year we're going to have a docent coordinator, and you guys are going to do your own training. And she turned out to be and I've already selected who. She turned out to be a really tough taskmaster, set rules for the docents that I didn't think you could ever get away from with. Rather, that you had to make a certain percentage on all the tests. You had to do a test every week. You had to do take-home tests. You had to absolutely be there on time when you were scheduled to take a class around. And and it has evolved from that now to the point that we've got I still have the docents, but a full-time education staff, which we fund from our sleepovers, our campouts, for all but one person is paid out of sleep-out income and staffs. But the other thing that we've got is, about 18 years ago, we started a high school a program called the Zoo Academy that was 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, with one of the high schools, and then it expanded out to a couple more high schools. And we've been doing that now for about 18, 19 years. But then 2 years ago, about 3 years ago, we expanded that. We had another school district come at us, and they wanted to do a full-time curriculum. We've had on the drawing boards, actually, we've got a design. We want to ultimately have a full-time math and science magnet high school on grounds at the zoo, and to do a building that would hold maybe 300, 350, 400 students. But we've got right now 90 full-time high school students that do their full curriculum. They're juniors and seniors. They do their full junior and senior curriculum at the zoo, 5 days a week for a full day, and they're doing all of the curriculum at the zoo. And we're exposing those students to not just the normal curriculum, but because we expose them to a lot of hands-on things, both in medicine and genetics and nutrition and, our rare plant lab. We run them through the full spectrum of the conservation research that we're doing, and also some of the zoo management. And the goal is to expand that into a full-time magnet high school, which I think we would be overrun with. We wouldn't have even at 400 spaces, we wouldn't have enough space for all the students I think that you could attract, and have it be area-wide, district-wide. The other part of the education program, when we did our conservation research building, the first one of the things that we did was we had 2 floors of research space, but the 3rd floor, the upper floor, was a dormitory. And then we came on, about 6 years ago, and doubled that. And so now we've got 34,000 square feet of research space, but we've also got two upper floors, because the 2 buildings are mirror images that are connected, that are dormitories for 20 students. And then we've got 4 student houses. So we can hold 40 students at one time. And they're, both undergraduate and graduate, U.S. and lot. We've had as many as 150 students of either undergraduate and or graduate or postdoctorates that have come through the zoo in a single year. We've had as many as 150 in a year. We can hold 40 students at a time. Some of them are short term. Some of them are 2 weeks or a month. Some of them stay with us 6 months or a year. We've had students that stayed with us for as much as 2 years. About half of them are undergraduate, about half of them are graduate students, about half of them are U.S., and about half of them are overseas. The overseas students tend to be graduate students generally, and the U.S. students tend to be more undergraduate and graduate. And in both in medicine and genetics and nutrition, in reproductive physiology, working with rare plants, and then we branched out into taking students, both undergraduate, who simply want to know about zoo management and husbandry and a whole spectrum of zoo activities. Most of it focused on the sciences, though.
And you provide housing.
We provide housing, and we provide a stipend so that they can eat. Interesting, the overseas Asian students particularly, we've had a lot of students from Vietnam, from Thailand, from China, quite a number of Russian students. I think we've had students from 41 countries, but it's an interesting thing, the ripple effect, the spin-off from that is, I think right now we're involved with conservation research projects in about 27 or 28 countries that are as a result of students that have come through, gotten to know us, gotten to know each other, gone back home, gotten a job in conservation, and then gotten us involved in their conservation projects. And the only other place that really I think has done that, and to even bigger degree, is of course Front Royal and at the National Zoo. Because they had the facility. Most of these students couldn't possibly afford to come here if you couldn't provide housing. And we certainly couldn't afford to put them up in a hotel or a motel and pay for their meals in a hotel. We give them a stipend, but it's a fairly small stipend so that they can eat. And they get a discount at the zoo, and they do their own cooking, and we've got washers and dryers and the whole bit. So they get a stipend, but it's a very small stipend. They got now The Asian students, you know, the Vietnamese and Thais and all that, they're frugal, they eat their money, and they go home with a laptop computer or whatever at the end of their 6 months or a year or whatever. You know, the Canadian and German and European students don't, but then they don't need to.
Does this, how do they find you? Do you find them, or do they find you?
Well, in the beginning, we found a few of them, and then yeah, we don't add the words. It's word of mouth, and they find us, and it is word of mouth. And
Is this part of the education department, or who runs this program?
part of it is, but mostly it's part of the research and medical department. Yeah, but education manages part of it as far as the housing and stuff like that.
Let me do a little business here.
Yeah.
Tell me about the name Henry Dorley Zoo, and how it came about. I mean,
Well, fairly interesting in that the Omaha Zoological Society was actually originally formed in 1953 or 1954. I'm not exactly one of those 2 years. With the idea that they would build a children's zoo. They thought Omaha should need a children's zoo. We'd had a zoo in the park since 1895. There's in 1898, there's a city report that also reports on the zoo. You know, we had the 2 bison calves that Buffalo Bill Cody had given the zoo, the city, and we had, you know, a couple of grizzly bears and some wolves and some things like that, and about 120 animals. The big attraction that year was a 5-legged calf that some farmer had given the zoo, and it remained. You know, part of it was built by WPA, part of it had been built before WPA. It was pretty sad, frankly, as most WPA zoos that haven't been improved, you know, are, and it was a menagerie. And then the society was formed, and they wanted to build a children's zoo at the park, in the zoo. And Henry Dorley was the publisher of the Omaha World Herald, our newspaper, and he owned a hotel and a TV station and a bunch of other things around town. And Henry was, well, I'll be tactful here. Henry came to town and got a job as a chauffeur for Senator Hitchcock, who owned the Omaha World, and then did a very smart thing. He married the senator's daughter. But it turns out that Henry was a really good, apparently very astute and aggressive businessman. So he took a small fortune, built it into quite a nice fortune. But we're fairly sure, at least we've never found anybody in the family that would debate it, that old Henry really didn't like animals. But Henry's wife, Margaret Dorley, was a birder, Audubonner. She liked animals, and when Henry died, she gave the zoo $750,000 plus, since Peter Kiewit, who owned a big construction company in town, wanted to buy the World Herald so that it would remain a local newspaper. She made him, as part of the deal to buy the Herald, give the zoo another $250,000. So they had $1 million to start with, and of course the stipulation was that it be named after Henry. So we have, when I retired 3 years ago, we had actually more species of animals, actually more animals in San Diego, in a zoo named after a guy that we're pretty sure didn't like animals. That's not an insult to Henry, because we wouldn't be here if it hadn't been for Henry and Mrs. Dorley and Margaret Dorley.
When as you were progressing as a young director of the Omaha Zoo, and as you continued, what people were, in a sense, your mentors from other zoos? Who did you talk to? What kind of advice were they giving
Well,
you?
I think about everybody that knew anything that, I mean, one of the things that you learned early on as a veterinarian is that, number one, you didn't know anything. I mean, you didn't know nearly enough. You didn't know nearly enough to do the job. So, very early on, you figured out and identified who the guys were that had either more experience or you, or had better skills at something. And one of the things that as vets, we had our little public, first our little mimeograph sheets and then our little publications, but we also kind of had a good idea. There were so few of us about who knew what. Guys like Chick Gendel, Emil Dolensack at the Bronx. Emil was a really, really good clinician and diagnostician, and Clint Gray and Mitch Bush, and so you got on the phone. I mean, when you had a problem, you got on the phone and said, okay, here's my problem. And I think the key to that is not being afraid to tell somebody that you don't know, that you need help, because interestingly enough, if you ask for help, almost anybody will help you. But if your ego won't let you ask for help and say, I don't know, I've got a problem, I don't know. So early on, I think there was this whole group of people around the zoo world that we'd simply get on the phone and say, hey, we've got a problem, or or have you ever seen this, or have you ever done this, or whatever, and we got all kinds of help. And then fairly early on, we had no staff to speak of, but the interesting thing was that the National Zoo, with Clint Gray and Mitch Bush and Dave Wilt and that group, and then Yuli Seal. And I want to talk a little bit about Yuli somewhere in this thing, because Yuli bears actually a kind of a full day all to himself as far as the positive impact that he's had on the zoo world. They had a research staff. They had all kinds of resources and facilities. But the National Zoo in those days had a policy where nobody could touch an animal that wasn't sick. So, and we didn't have any committees. We didn't have any such restrictions, and so on a regular, fairly frequent basis, before we ever had any research staff of our own, we would about twice a year put together a group that usually consisted of Mitch Bush and Dave Wilt and Joe Gale Howard and the troops from the National Zoo, usually Yuli Seal, and some of his people, and whoever was interested. We'd put a group together. We'd come in and tackle a project. Early on, it was, as you might expect, with Dave involved, a lot of reproductive physiology, a lot of artificial insemination and type of projects. And we would spend a week or 10 days, working, 16, 18 hours a day. We had no money and resources then, so they all slept at my house. Marie cooked for them. I'm really lucky. I should say somewhere in here that I got extraordinarily lucky a couple of times in my life. Early on, I had a dad that was very tolerant about things I did except for snakes. He wasn't a snake fan. And I had a mother that was an active co-conspirator in most of my animal stuff. But I got really, really lucky in finding a bride who was very tolerant and supportive. And so Marie would cook for the mob and cook breakfast and dinner, and we'd feed them hamburgers or hot dogs at lunch. They slept all over the house. one of our family stories. I remember, Steve O'Brien, who was head of the genetics department at the National Cancer Institute and was kind of one of the, still is yet today, one of the leading cellular genetics in the world. Steve O'Brien frequently was in on those big work programs, and Steve was a kind of a character and a piece of work, still is yet today. But when he's thinking, he likes to play the piano. He's got a piano in his lab, so when he's thinking, he plays the piano. He actually is quite good. And one morning about, 2 o'clock in the morning or so, seems like things happened about then, 2 of the kids came in, and because we'd put the kids in sleeping bags in the basement and turn the kids' rooms over to that, and then Joe Gale usually grabbed the couch in the living room, and everybody else had to sleep on the living room floor. And, we'd have 10, 11 people in the house. And the kids came in and shook Marie and I awake and said, come look, and there was, the piano was playing out there. And so we went out in the hallway and looked, and there was Steve O'Brien sitting in his underwear with a big dang cigar in his mouth, banging away on the piano. He was thinking. He'd woke it up, had an idea, and he liked to play the piano while he thought. And, I looked over, and Joe Gale was peeking out from under her blanket on the couch. But those early work programs, where you bring in all the outside expertise and help, we could never have afforded that. So a lot of those early publications that you see on, actually that work was all done in Omaha, because we didn't have anybody that, we didn't have any committees, and we didn't have any restrictions, and we didn't have any animal rights folks that says, oh my gosh, you can't draw blood from or collect semen from this animal or that animal. We just didn't have any rules.
Well, during your career, what would you consider to be the major events that affected zoos in general and the Omaha Zoo? And how did you deal with negative issues that might have come up?
Oh, well, major events. I don't know. How do you classify major events? I think in the beginning, when I first got into this field, everybody talked about zoos being conservation organizations, but of course it wasn't true. We weren't. I mean, basically in those early days, we were basically what we get accused of being of now. We were kind of consumers, although we did breed animals, but we really weren't doing any conservation. We were maintaining, and some places we're actually breeding animals and doing well and expanding gene pools, but for the most part, zoos really weren't conservation organizations. And I think the fact that zoos have become a major force in conservation, both ex situ, as far as maintaining safety nets and assurance populations and things like that. I mean, something that the Omaha public doesn't even know about, except kind of vaguely because it's been in the news a little bit. They can't see it. We've got hidden off-site and on view, out of sight. We've got an assurance population of about 10,000 frogs, small frogs, of many, many different species that we're breeding and maintaining because of the chytrid fungus problem. We've got programs that have been running, as conservation programs that have been running in South America for 20 years now. We've been in Madagascar. Ed Lewis has been in Madagascar working on lemurs and rare tortoises, and primarily lemurs, and now involved in a reforestation project in Madagascar. His goal is to plant in the next 4 years, he wants to plant 1.5 million trees, and he's working at it pretty hard and doing pretty good. To connect, to make corridors between some of these isolated mountaintop habitats that are still left. I think zoos, the zoo world, many zoos, have really become conservation organizations and a force in, and we've got credibility in the conservation world that we never had in the beginning, because we really weren't conservation organizations in the beginning. And I say we, but that doesn't include all zoos. Not every zoo can politically do that. You know, we've always been free to pretty much spend our money however we wanted and do whatever, you know, whatever we thought was necessary and what we wanted to do. But there are zoos that are under, you know, governmental restraints. The National Zoo, for instance, which, you know, is a great institution, but the National Zoo couldn't write a check and send money to, you know, some project somewhere. Whereas the Bronx Zoo, the New York Zoological Society has historically spent more money in the field, in situ, with conservation projects than they spent on the zoo, because they had freedom of action, because they weren't a governmental entity. So, and then some zoos are just too small. But what is happening, I think, is that quite a number of zoos, even small zoos, even, you know, medium-sized zoos and even small zoos, have now become active in supporting conservation projects. We've got several zoos that regularly support our rare plant lab. You know, we've got Marge Fromm and her group have got, and it's a small group. They've got, I don't know, we've got somewhere north of 300,000 baby orchids in culture, and you know, the largest collection of 2 species of ferns in the world. It's the only species collection, and orchids from China and things like, and a lot. And we've got about 3 zoos that, and plus the Zoo Horticultural Association or Society, that regularly support Marge. You know, Ed gets support from, and there are zoos like Columbus who made the decision not to try to compete and hire a research scientific staff themselves, but to simply provide annual support for other people that are doing research. So there are a lot of zoos now that are actively contributing to conservation and conservation research in the wild and conservation research programs. That's a huge, major step forward, and I think probably one of the things you know, if you mark the things that you know your institution has been able to do, the fact that we have got a really active conservation research program, that we work, you know, in the wild, that we're involved in 27 or 28 countries, but with our big programs in South Africa and Madagascar and cooperating and doing a lot of mentoring of students, bringing students in. I think that's a big one. Along the way, you know, we've been able to do some major exhibits that have changed the attitudes, I think, of people. You know, the jungle, Lead Jungle and the Desert Dome and Kingdoms of the Night, some things like that have changed people's, in Omaha anyway, that come through, attitude towards conservation. You know, are things that I guess we're pretty proud of, and all. I guess I lost track of what the other part of that question was.
Well, but let me follow up here. You mentioned ex situ. Do you feel zoos have done as much as they can or should in situ work?
Well, I think there's never enough. On the one hand, there certainly are zoos that have constraints, in that if you have a board that pays close attention and or dictates what you can and can't do, you know, there's an old cliche about all politics are local and all giving is local, and that goes in both directions, and it's really true, but it goes in both directions. There are zoos that simply could not support spending money and sending staff overseas to an in situ project. Some of them get around that by, being collaborative and spending, and sending money to zoos that don't have those restraints as far as actually, we got 19 full-time employees and 32 or 33 graduate students in Madagascar right now today. There's a lot of places that simply couldn't do that. In fact, if you'd ask half of our board, they'd wrinkle their nose. You're spending how much money you're spending how much money in Madagascar, but it's productive. Are we doing enough? No, because there's more that needs to be done than we can possibly do. I guess the thing about zoos is that I think we get a lot more bang for our buck. That a dollar that is much more productive is much better spent if it's being spent by a zoo, as opposed to a governmental grant that goes to another government that is focused, or World Bank grant that is focused on some in situ conservation problem. We were a part of the Sumatran tiger program, on the southern tip of Sumatra for quite a number of years with Ron Tilson, and the World Bank kicked in $60 million to that program. $60 million that went to the government of Indonesia for conservation. And Ron said, if every dollar was a raindrop, you couldn't even settle the dust. Said the guys on the ground that were actually doing the work never even got a raincoat or a pup tent out of that. That $60 million evaporated as it filtered its way through the government of Indonesia. And I think a lot of government projects, so actually when you're spending the money yourself, it's really effective. It's for these trees that Ed and his group are planting. It's for a tree that is, when it gets to the survival stage of being like 2 or 3 years old, so we know it's going to survive, it's costing us less than $1 a tree to plant rainforest trees in Madagascar. You can be very effective, and I'm not sure I'm answering the question.
Well, let me, you kind of segued to something. You mentioned a number of times your rare plant lab. What is it? How did it start? And why did you decide it should be at the Omaha Zoo?
Well, it's one of those things that if you'd asked me 30 years ago if we'd been involved with a rare plant lab, I would have said, no way. Or if you'd asked me, 30 years ago if we'd ever be involved in reforestation or some of these other, we're supporting some schools in Madagascar, which I used to consider social engineering, I would have said, no way. But we are, and it's effective. Basically, when we were designing and building the lead jungle, which is a tropical rainforest, which at the time was the largest of its kind in the world, and still is rated as the best total immersion exhibit just about anywhere. Wanted to do orchids. Didn't know anything about orchids, but seemed like orchids, jungles and orchids and all was a good thing to do. So we found a volunteer who was kind of a Nebraska orchid specialist, who was actually working on a graduate degree at UNL, an atypical student who'd gone to school, gotten a degree, gotten out of school, gotten married, raised a family, gone back to school, and Marge Fromm agreed to come in and volunteer and help us put together a bit of an orchid program, although her main work was in the Western Prairie Fringed orchid, which is an orchid that grows in Nebraska, of all places, up in the Sandhills. At that time, I didn't even know an orchid grew in Nebraska, and actually, it turns out we've got 3 species of orchids in Nebraska. Who knew? All terrestrial. And so Marge agreed to volunteer and help us put together our orchid program, and then talked about the prairie fringed orchid program, and then as part of that, the excuse me, the guys over in Iowa wanted Marge to help them with their prairie fringed orchid, and the university didn't have a place for her, and so she kind of said, is there possibly a place at the zoo where I could do some work and help the guys in Iowa, and they'll pay for it? And I said, well, if they're paying for it, fine. And so we found a little space that we could kind of cordon off down in the basement of the Mutual building, and built her a little bitty lab down there, and kind of kept her in a little mushroom hole down in the dark for a few years. And then when we built the second phase of the conservation center, Marge had progressed to the point where we had her on a full-time payroll by then. Well, it wasn't absolutely full-time, but it was part-time and plus money we could bring in. And so Marge got a piece of the second phase of the conservation center, and so she's now got a little greenhouse and a lab and a tissue culture lab and a growing room and a greenhouse and an external greenhouse up on the hill. And as I said, she's single-handedly saved about 4 species of plants from going extinct in the wild. 2 ferns in Bermuda and some orchids. We've got, as I think I said, somewhere north, and we don't really know for sure, of 300,000 baby orchids, plus orchid seeds from Madagascar stored in liquid nitrogen, orchid seeds stored at 86 below zero Fahrenheit in freezers. And this is kind of a case of, I guess it goes along with, if you find somebody, if you're lucky enough to bump into somebody, find somebody who's got a fire in their belly to do work and do good work, you don't try to direct them. You simply support them and urge them on. And that basically, all of this that Marge is doing is not because I, or we or somebody said, hey, you need to go to Madagascar and get into preserving orchids. We're just kind of getting out of the way and trying to find the money.
Okay, you've said that the conceptualization, design, implementation of successful exhibits, management facilities or programs for the benefit of animals, visitor staff, are among the most challenging and at the same time most rewarding, fun things that a zoo director gets to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
can you take us kind of through a step-by-step process that you have developed to go through when you first start to consider a project? Do you have 10 projects lined up, or you think of one at a time, and then how do you start going from your vision, and how do you get that vision to people walking through the door?
Well, I think when you talk about exhibits and exhibit designs and what exhibits to build next and all, one of the things that I'm absolutely against, other than maybe an overall direction and design, is the quote-unquote traditional master plan. Because there's been millions of master plans done, or at least thousands of them done in zoos around the world. And if you go back and look, very few of them are carried through because, master plan, when you hire an outside master planning company, they come in, they basically don't pay any attention to what the zoo staff wants. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They've got many times grandiose ideas that are impossible, but more often than not, sounds like I'm on my soapbox, and I guess I am. That's your fault you asked the question. More often than not, they sell you the same blame project that they've sold to 10 other zoos, just kind of remanufactured and the names changed a little bit. And master plan projects that look ahead, 20 or 30 years, there's no chance, there's absolutely no chance that you'll ever get it done and fulfill it. We have managed a new project, a major new project. I'm thinking back, in the course of, of being director, I think we did about 19 major projects and about 18 smaller projects in a 4-decade period, which is pretty close to one a year, but a major project about every 2 years. But we were rarely looking more than about 2 projects ahead or 3 projects ahead generally. I think if you're going to have a project, if you're going to do, if you're going to do butterflies or you're going to do an aquarium, you better have somebody on staff and on hand, or be yourself somebody who's got a real passion, a real fire in their belly to work with that species or that genera or that family or those animals, to simply say you're going to do a whatever, and then go out and find the expertise and the staff to run it. You really want somebody that has some knowledge or expertise. And then, so we've never hired outside conceptual design, firms. We've worked with a local architect. The good thing about a local architect is they got to live in the same town with you and that project forever, so they'll listen to you. And we've kind of developed a philosophy over the years, and in the early time we did it as a kind of a formalized process where, if you decide to do a project, and I've actually written this up and published this about 3 or 4 places. If you're going to do a project, and it doesn't make any difference if it's a tropical rainforest building or an aquarium or a butterfly house or a desert dome or a nocturnal building. First, you kind of decide what it is that you want to do, and then if there are any projects similar, and for instance with the jungle, yes, we went to see the Bronx. We went to Wichita. We went to whatever zoo had a similar exhibit. But we also went to nearly every major botanical garden in the United States, and I actually even went to Kew Gardens in London and spent about 4.5, 5 days at Kew Gardens, looking at, and not just looking at the place, but asking, the big thing is, what have you done right? What have you done wrong? And what they've done wrong is probably more important. So that's when you take a little money along and take the staff that actually run the place, take them out to dinner, feed them a couple of beers or a couple of stiff drinks, and say, what would you sell your soul to do over again and do it right this time? And after a couple of drinks, why, and off the zoo grounds, you get the answer. And early on, we did it as a formal thing. I had a thing where we made lists, and you make a list of, number one, all of the things that you absolutely must do for the animals, because it's all about animals. If you bring in a Peter Chimayoff, don't want to insult Peter, but I will. I've done that before. If you bring in an outsider, who's a designer or architect, whatever, they're going to throw up something that's really grandiose, that makes a big grandiose statement, architectural statement, but probably is a functional abortion behind the scenes. And behind the scenes is more important than what the public sees. It's much more important. So you make a list of all of the things that you absolutely must do for the benefit of the animals, no exceptions accepted, that if you can't do those things, that list, whether it's a short list or a long list, then you don't do the project. Then the next list is all of the things that you would like to do for the animals if you can possibly afford to do them. And then the fourth list is the list of all of the things that you must not do that will impact the animals negatively. Absolutely no exceptions. If you can't satisfy that list, you don't do the project. And then a list of all of the things that you would like to avoid if you can possibly afford it. And there's always compromises. You can't afford to do everything that you'd like to do, and you can't afford generally to avoid everything that might happen. So there's kind of four lists, two of which are absolutes that if you can't satisfy those lists, you don't do the project for the animals. Then you make those same four lists, the absolutely must do, that you do if you can afford it, that you absolutely must not do, you avoid if you can all possibly afford it, for the keepers and the staff, the veterinarians and the keeper staff and the keepers. And then the third list and the final list is that same type of list for the general public. And inevitably, if you've done the first two, if you've satisfied the first two, you end up with a much bigger project. That's why our buildings tend to be so big. That's why, for instance, in the aquarium, you only see 1/2 or 1/5 of our water. That's why in the jungle building, we've got more animal space off display behind the scenes than on display for the public. We've got more space for animals behind the scenes than we have exhibit space for the public. In the new Gorilla Valley, we got all kinds of big outdoor exhibits, but in the new Gorilla Valley building, we've only got 2 displays, and we've got the old Gorilla building, which we revamped. But down below and behind the scenes, we've got more gorilla space, twice as much gorilla space down below and off display, but with skylights and windows and natural light than the public will ever see on display. The result of that is that you always end up building a bigger and more expensive building than if you just simply hire an outside architect to come in and make some big architectural statement that is behind the scenes as far as animal management and animal husbandry is a functional abortion. And there's a lot of functional abortions out there.
Let's draw back a bit. I understand the concept of what you're talking about, but how do you come up, or how have you come up with the initial vision? You built the jungle. Why did you decide to do that as opposed to any other type of thing that you might have done? What were you thinking in that direction of what were you trying to convey, and how did you come to that particular idea?
Well, I think in part, for instance, in the jungle, because of working with, around the world, and as I think I said, I've been lucky enough to, working with ULESEAL and CBS and G and on our own and all, worked and traveled in about 42 countries, been to a number of tropical rainforests. And the experience of a tropical rainforest, particularly if you're out in the rain, if you're out at dark at night in a rainforest, the experience is a totally different experience. It kind of changes the way you think, the way you feel. A lot of the experience you get in a tropical rainforest, you simply absorb, through your skin by osmosis. And so that basically is where the idea of doing a tropical rainforest came from. There were a couple of rainforests in zoos in the United States, Wichita, Kansas, and the Bronx, and a few other botanical tropical buildings, but not really. That's where that came from, and the majority of people in Nebraska will never ever get to a tropical rainforest. The Desert Dome mostly came about because I grew up in the desert. And so I'd always wanted to do a desert. Um, except that instead of, because we did in the tropical rainforest, we did Asia and Africa and South America, the three zones. We did the same kind of thing in the desert by giving people a little taste and of Namibia, of Central Australia, the Ayers Rock area in central, the Red Desert, and then the Sonoran Desert, because I grew up in the Sonoran Desert. It's giving people an experience that they can't likely get and never will get unless they're lucky enough to travel there. Is it? We don't have a lot of big red and blue and yellow signs around. We've got the information is there if you're interested. Most people go through, and what they're interested in is the experience, and then you kind of gently give them the conservation message that these are fragile places that need protected. And the idea is that by the time they come through, they've got a different attitude on conservation and preserving the natural world and all of that, or they've just had a good time. And one of the things that we've always tried to do is to make them interesting and exciting, and so that you can't walk. If you walk into the jungle, for instance, number one, we buried it mostly in the ground or down in a deep hole. The hole was already there. You can't walk in and see how big it is. You walk in and you turn a corner and there's a window and you get a surprise, or a viewing, not a window with glass, but a window. And then you walk around another corner and you get another surprise, and the thing just keeps opening up and more surprises and more new views and more whatever. And and if you can scare them a couple of times along the way, or really surprise them, then they remember the conservation message if you surprise them or scare them a little bit, and if they've had a good time. And but the big thing is that if when we were going to do the aquarium, had experience in Columbus, Ohio, because for a period of time I was acting curator of the Arthur C. Johnson Aquarium. But we went to see, and we took, the other big part of this is that we put together early on a team of an architect and a contractor, and basically we don't bid anything. We didn't bid anything. Everything's negotiated, and we've had the same team, although individuals came and went in the team, for 35 years or better. And so when we went to look at the jungle in the Bronx, the jungle world, or when we were going to do Gorilla Valley, we went to see Congo. We went to, if there was something good to see around the country, we'd figure out a way to not only go ourselves, but we took the architect with us, and we always took the whoever our superintendent or at least the managing engineer for the project from the construction company was going to be, because we weren't bidding. There was not a low bid thing. Everything was negotiated. It's always been negotiated. So you get a much better price, plus you can make changes. We did the lead jungle, which the lead jungle and the education section and the restaurant was $18.5 million back when we built it. We did that whole project with 3 formal change orders. Only three formal change orders that actually went on paper. We made a lot of other changes, because, we went down and looked at that project every day, sometimes 2 and 3 and 4 times a day, and waved our arms. But if you take the architect and the, and the engineer from the construction company and the superintendent, if you can, and the whole, and you walk them through, and the important thing is to look at what's really good about this project in the Bronx or in the wherever, and what's bad. You know, and particularly if you can go out to dinner someplace and have somebody say, "My gosh, you know, if we could only do that over again," that really, you know, I think I said, you know, when we were doing the lead jungle, Kew Gardens had 2 different departments full of PhDs. I think one had 27 PhDs, one had about 9 PhDs. And luckily, the last day, I managed to spend the last half of the last day with the guy who actually ran their conservatory, who then said, "You know, I've been listening, and a whole lot of what they've been telling you is just bull. It didn't work." and, and, and he really saved our rump. The other one that really saved our rump on that building was, and I can say this now because he's retired from Disney, but Terry Strasser, who was curator of birds in Columbus, Ohio, when I was there. Then he went to work for Disney, and he was in Disney Imagineering. And when we were going to do the jungle, you know, because Disney in Orlando, we went down and went through Disney's botanical operation in Orlando, and Terry took us around and very quietly behind the scenes said, "Okay, now, we don't know, Disney does not know anything about Legionnaire's disease. But if I were you and I were going to do a jungle building with foggers, here's the things I wouldn't do." And as it turns out, you know, if you're going to do foggers, you do foggers that are fogging with water that's been run through a filter and it's generating the fog directly. You don't pipe it in. You don't do Venturi type foggers, because in that big long duct and pipe is where Legionnaire's disease grown. Turns out Kew Gardens in London knew a lot more about Legionnaire's disease. There were a lot of people, and if you didn't know that, if you just looked at the plans, you'd make that mistake all over again. And so having somebody that will, you know, over a drink someplace say, you know, "We don't officially know anything about this, but," is huge.
Now we're going to talk about some specific exhibits that you've done at Omaha, but as you're having this vision, how are you starting to think about the fundraising? What comes first? And how do you the idea has to come first. The vision has to come first. On the lead jungle, for instance, that project got hatched. One of the things that you have to have is a long view, and you have to have a lot of persistence. And you got to have a long view, and nothing. You know, there's an old cliche about, you know, nothing that's worth doing can be done in less than 4 or 5 years, and that's absolutely true. The lead jungle project was hatched one night when my wife had taken the kids to see her folks, and a lawyer in Omaha, his wife had taken their kids to see her folks, and George Masnick, who was president of the board then, who was the guy who said, you know, if it doesn't cost more than $10,000, I don't need to know about it. He invited the 2 of us over for dinner because we were both batching. And over dinner and a couple of 3 bottles of wine, as it turns out, Ernie Lead had passed away. There was no money in that foundation, but there was going to be substantial money in that foundation. And Ernie's longtime lawyer said, you know, there is a single individual who is going to be the single sole trustee, and there's no money now, and there won't be any money now, but you need to contact her and plant the seed. And so I wrote her a letter, painted a word picture, a little bit of a sketch,
For 8 years, I wrote her a letter once every 6 months until they actually sold some of the land in Las Vegas and had money. And then I went to see her. And but the seed had been planted 8 years before, and you know, the seed was to do a tropical rainforest, and every 6 months a descriptive letter of another part of it. Sometimes it takes that kind of long-range persistence. Sometimes, as with say the aquarium, we were finishing up the lead jungle, and my board chairman said, well, we had built a small aquarium, and he had helped with that. And he said, well, what do you think you'd like to do next? And I said, well, I'd like to build a real honest-to-goodness aquarium now that we've done this and we've got experience and we've got a good aquarium staff, and I'd like to build a really honest aquarium. And that one was a case of so that sounds like a good idea. Why don't we do that? You think you can raise the money? And I said, why not? And so, we opened the lead jungle in April of 1992. Immediately rolled into planning and designing an aquarium. The one good thing about having a long-time team and an architect is that an architect that's been working with you for a long time and doing things will do things on the cuff. So as far as when it came time to put to decide how big and what kind of exhibits and what it was kind of going to look like, you could get that done on the cuff without paying any money, and then that gave you something, because you need something to show. You need some graphics. You need not only a floor plan, but you need some elevations, some things to show a prospective donor as to what you're going to do. And so, from the idea about what would you like to do next, which happened, the first part of April in '92, to we opened the aquarium in April of '95. That's 3 years that's design and construction and raising the funds in 3 years. One of the other ones was, because we've got to travel a lot and take a lot and do a lot of tours. I'd taken an individual to East Africa with Marie and I on a zoo tour, and when it came time to do the Gorilla Valley about 23 years later, that individual came full circle and signed on for Gorilla Valley, and then for the orangs, and then for the elevator, and then for the second half of our conservation center, to the tune of, from one contact, about over $30 million from one contact. But there was a 23-year span in between the first contact and actually the first donation. Yeah, so there's not a single answer, but in every instance, we had an idea. We had and you need, some people can visualize, some people can't. Some people one of the lessons we learned early on was, unless somebody was an engineer or an architect, you don't go walk in with a roll of architectural drawings. You walk in with some elevations and renderings, and you put color on them, and you put little stick figures and bushes on them, and then you do a whole series of things. For the desert dome, for instance, we actually made a geodesic dome that we carved in-house in the zoo and at home at night. We carved a styrofoam model of the deserts of Namibia and the mountains and the sand dunes and everything, and of Australia and of Queensland Canyon and of the Sonoran Desert, and painted the styrofoam model. You got to have something to show, and particularly if you're dealing with a potential donor who is not an architect or an engineer who can visualize, and not all engineers can visualize. You know, we had a board president who was an engineer, but it turns out we were banging our head against the wall, just struggling. I mean, he was also a donor, and we were struggling with him. And finally, you know, Stan Howe, who's been our architect for years and years, said, "Hey, wait a minute, how about if we'd come back tomorrow? You know, Ed, let's break off right now, we'll come back tomorrow." And because I was waving my arms and arguing and whatever, and we were getting nowhere. You know, and it was going to be his money we were going to spend. And so I said, you know, we went out the car, "What's up?" And he said, "It just hit me. He doesn't know what we're talking about." So we went back to his shop. We took out some elevations. He put color on them. He put in the little stripes that make it window glass. He put little stick figures. He put little green bushes on. It was the same thing we'd shown him the day before. We came back the next day and he said, "God, that's great. That's what, you know, that's, that's great. Let's go." So, you know, but you have to have the idea, and you have to have the concept, the idea first, and then, because you got to have something to sell. People don't just give you money to give you money out of the goodness of their heart. You got to have a project to tie the money to.
Let me ask a couple of very specific questions. How'd you get all that sand?
Well, two things. Number one, that huge sand dune, you know, which is like, you know, is really not all sand. It's on top of an egg-shaped concrete dome, because down below is Kingdom of the Night, and that's the night sky of the Louisiana swamp. So that sand that you see there is only 2 to 4 feet deep, and to get red sand that looked like Namibia, we had to go to Arizona. And one of the lessons we'd learned with some other things early on is that archaic sand, you know, sand that's been buried and is quarried, you know, fine red sand, Namibian colored red sand. And we ended up sampling 4 different quarries in Arizona. The first 3 had arsenic, cadmium, zinc, all kinds of horrible heavy metals in them. And we because we tested them, and then we biotested them. You know, you can biotest them with, well, the easy way is with tomato seeds. You know, you spread out a bed of sand and plant tomato seeds and wet it down and put a plastic cover over it. And if the tomato seeds sprout and grow good, well, it's good sand. But we also sent it to the lab. We finally found a quarry that didn't have any arsenic or any heavy metals. It did have borates in it, but borates are very soluble. You can wash the borates out of it, although it nearly bit us in the rump, because we ordered 2 100-ton gondola cars full of red sand out of Arizona, and specified specifically that it had to be washed and washed and washed well to get all the borates out of it. And they did exactly what we wanted. What we weren't thinking about was that they shipped it to us the first part of February. It got put on a siding at about 7,000 feet in Wyoming, and it sat there and froze. It was wet sand and it froze. So in the first part of March, they rolled in 200-ton each gondola cars full of just two big ice cubes, frozen sand. We had one heck of a time getting those damn things thawed out so we could spread the sand.
What was who had the concept of the glazed geodesic dome, and why that?
I did from the standpoint that with the jungle, one of the things that by going to other places, and you know, and as I said, I really believe in going and doing your homework and going to anything that's got anything remotely like it. With a jungle, because you can grow trees and you can get a canopy up, the roof disappears, the ceiling disappears. You know, even though it is a, you know, it is a cow wall ceiling. It transmits 63% of light and all of that. The roof disappears because number one, it's high, but number two, you got trees up above that make it. With a desert, you can't make the roof disappear. So you need a geodesic dome, and it needs to be really high. The reason we've got a hemisphere and not, there's a couple of other, you know, smaller ones that are only like a 1/3, where they come like this, but the roof never gets high enough that you can't see it. It never disappears. Visually, you need the roof to disappear. The other thing that happens that we worked out in the jungle is in summertime, if you try to maintain temperature control and air condition that much space, nobody can afford that. So you air condition and cool the bottom, you know, the 12 or 15 feet above the public's head, let that hot air bubble go to the top, and then blow. In the summertime, you just blow the hot air bubble off. In a desert, it's even worse because you get no shading. You can't do shading in a desert. Well, we did do shading. Actually, there's a big center portion of that that's 50% shade, and then 40% and 30% and 10%, so that in December, January, February, when the sun's coming through, it comes through clear acrylic. In June and July, it's coming through primarily shaded acrylic, and it's just that the shading is gradual, and people don't notice it and don't spot it. But we got 50% shade tinted acrylic at the top, and then we blow the hot air bubble. That hot air bubble in the desert dome gets to be 140, 150 degrees at the top, and we just blow it off. And the idea was to do a big enough hemisphere that it got, you know, that you looked up once and said, wow, and then you've concentrated on the sand dunes and the exhibits and the rocks and the plants, and you never look at the ceiling again. And psychologically, the ceiling disappears.
You put it in an exhibit called Garden of the Senses.
Yeah.
Why was the exhibit important, and what did you hope to accomplish?
It was kind of one of those things where we had an old barn down there, and we had an old area that had been part of the old park, and it was kind of one of those things where it was the worst eyesore in the whole zoo. I mean, it was, and we couldn't afford to build anything new. And so sometimes it's a lot better to tear down something that's bad. If you can't afford to build something new that is attracting, you tear down, pick out the worst thing you've got and get rid of it. And this was a terrible old area, an eyesore held over from the old park, an old picnic pavilion. And so I said, well, you know, the only thing we do is tear it down and we'll plant it and maybe make a garden out of it. And actually, it wasn't my idea. We had, for the lead jungle, hired a horticulturist, which, you know, foolishly, should have done that 10 or 15 years before we did the lead jungle, but we didn't, you know, if you'd asked me 50 years ago if we'd ever hire a horticulturist, I said, well, you know, whatever, no. but actually, you know, horticulture should be one of the first people that you hire, because that makes the whole zoo look good. But I was down there with Terry, and she and I told her, you know, we need to figure out how to plant this and make it look good. We're just going to tear everything down, pull out all this old concrete, tear everything down, and we just need to make it look good because it looks horrible. And Terry had been somewhere and seen a Garden of the Senses, and so that was her idea. And frankly, when she first mentioned Garden of the Senses and the touch and feel and smell, I kind of looked at her and said, that's. But then you thought about it a little bit, and it was kind of, again, one of those things where we needed to clean up an area, and she was kind of passionate about that. And so you say, okay. And so I, really like to take all the credit for that, but I can't because it was her idea.
You opened up
And part of the idea that was mine, though, in the Garden of the Senses was the sculpture. Because, early on in my career, I got to go and do the grand tour of European zoos because I was bringing back a load of animals from Vandenbrink's place in Holland, and he had them up in actually in Bremen, up by Hamburg, and I made the grand tour. One of the things that I'd never seen up until that time was animal sculpture, and by going around all the European zoos, they got animal sculpture all over the place, and particularly East Berlin. That was like 1968, and I don't know if you've been and seen the bronzes at the East Berlin Zoo. They're incredible. They're absolutely. They belong to Kaiser Wilhelm, and after Germany fell, why they moved them to the zoo, and so that's one of the things. We've got about 40 bronzes now, and are working on more.
You opened the Eugene Mahoney Kingdoms of the Night.
Yeah.
Who was Eugene? What was his significance to the Omaha Zoo? What's its outstanding features? And why did you choose this exhibit over, let's say, a more popular animal?
Well, a couple of things. And again, it comes back to personal experiences as far as doing a nocturnal exhibit. Some of the most interesting experiences that I've had, that we've had, and all is bumping around in a rainforest, or bumping around at night, and, either on the Amazon or in Africa or Asia or whatever at night, in rainforest in the whatever. I mean, some of the nocturnal exhibits, there were no really good nocturnal exhibits in the United States at that time. The best one was Jimmick's House of Darkness in Frankfurt, which I had seen. But I'd also seen, like, the Spring Haws in London. London had a nocturnal exhibit. When you turned on the light, or if you turned on the light at the Bronx nocturnal exhibit, you said, holy smokes, because when the lights were on, it was, but and basically when we were doing the Desert Dome, which is a 1 acre footprint, there's no use wasting that space. I had the idea of doing nocturnals. The interesting thing was that, when I said we'd like to do a desert, the board chairman and whatever said, hey, that's neat, I like deserts. And lots of people have, been to Tucson or Phoenix and played golf in the desert and winter in the desert, and so everybody knew about deserts, and that was an easy sell. When I said, below that, underneath the desert, we'd like to do a nocturnal exhibit, everybody just said, what's that? They had no concept or idea. The nocturnal exhibit is, if you do an exit survey, particularly of kids, of the number one top thing that we've done, the kids particularly will overwhelmingly tell you the nocturnal, and particularly the swamp. And we've got 3/4 of an acre of exhibits underground. And Gene Mahoney was a former state senator who then took over Game and Parks, and after he retired from Game and Parks, came on board as in the foundation, when the foundation was really Gene and I. I was also director, and so for a long time, it was, when it came to fundraising, it was Gene and I. Gene would make the telephone call to get the lunch engagement, and then I'd go wave my arms and make the kill. I mean, that was kind of the way, because everybody answered Gene's phone calls, because he'd been a state senator for about 14, 15 years and head of Game and Parks. Anyway, bottom line, and we had a donation for the Desert Dome from a single source, and that was one of the good ones, because we invited an individual and his wife to dinner, just the four of us. Showed him the styrofoam model of the desert, the model of the geodesic dome, what we were trying to accomplish. He was an engineer. He liked the concept and the idea of a geodesic dome in the desert. And he said, basically, okay, we'll think about this, and I'll call you back. And he called back the next morning, less than 24 hours later, and he said, what does it take to name something like that? And I said, half. He said, I might want to name it after my dad. And as it turns out, he didn't. So it doesn't have a name on it yet, but it will have one day. And so he gave us $16.5 million in less than 24 hours. But then we had to raise the rest of it. Gene Mahoney, we needed to honor Gene Mahoney because of what he'd done in the state and what he'd done for us and all. Gene Mahoney wasn't really a fan of nocturnal nighttime things, but we named it after him anyway. Nocturnal animals are some of the most interesting animals in the whole world, and hardly anybody does nocturnal exhibits in animals well. The Zimmig House of Darkness in Frankfurt, was kind of the leading nocturnal exhibit anywhere. But Herr Dr. Professor Zimmig had gone out in the middle of the night in Tanzania on a moonless, starless night, taken a light meter reading, and came back and said, this is how many foot candles it will be, period. And I think they've changed it now, but for years they adhered to that, and you couldn't see anything. You were 3/4 of the way through. The whole idea is, the illusion is balancing the light. So we've got 3/4 of an acre. It takes you a long time to go through. We start out with light that's fairly high and get progressively darker as you go through, so that your eyes adjust. A 7-year-old, their eyes adjust real quick. Some of us old guys, it takes a little bit longer. So you start out with light that's fairly high and get progressively darker, and then things that I'd lived my whole life, not the whole life, I'd lived my early life in the desert. We had ringtail, we had cacomystal ringtail cats. I'd seen a glimpse of about twice when we were out fishing or doing something. People never see nocturnal animals, or if they do see them, they're a little round ball of fur that doesn't do anything but wiggle now and then while they breathe. So some of the neatest animals in the world, and we did the wet cave and the dry cave, and we've got a 70-foot tall cave in there. That's because you're 15 feet below ground, and then we use the 55 feet of the mountain to get 70 feet. So you look up, and 70 feet to the top of that where there's a crack in it. And most of it is things that we saw and had seen and experienced. And so, it's bringing your experience, the things that you remember that are significant, so the general public can see them.
Okay.
Majority of zoo veterinarians have not been as successful as you were as a zoo director. What worked for you, and what would you tell zoo vets who want to be directors?
Yeah, well, in part, I think that is because, as I say, if I had, say, been lucky enough to get the job in St. Louis, there's very little chance I would have ever risen to the point of being a being a director of the zoo, if you look at the history of St. Louis, because it's bureaucratic, departmentalized. I mean, there's nothing against St. Louis. That's just the way it is. Um, I think that helped me. The thing that helped me is number one. I started out, by happenstance, and because I had no other choice as far as finding a job in the zoo world as a mammals curator, and then kind of worked in the process of both being a veterinarian and an assistant director, worked in every department in the zoo. But then I also started out as in a very small zoo and worked my way up. Whereas I think a lot of guys coming out of school, or gals, and coming out of school, who get a job as a quote unquote zoo veterinarian are basically departmentalized and never get to have, get the experience to actually see or do the whole thing. And basically I got to start out small and grow, did everything in Columbus, and then started in Omaha and grew up with the place. And so, I was director by the time I was 32, and grew up with the job. I don't know if that's an answer or not.
No. What skill set or qualities do you think a zoo director needs today as compared to when you started?
Well, certainly management and budgetary skills. I think you need people skills. I think and that's probably true no matter what your discipline is. I've come to the conclusion that probably people skills are the most important skills that you can have, from the standpoint that you can be, the very best veterinarian, or the very best herpetologist, or the very best in whatever that there is. I mean, you can be the very smartest, the very best. And if you don't have people skills, you're going to end up basically being dependent on what you yourself can do and accomplish by yourself. I mean, the people skills are hugely important. I mean, that, we're going to talk a little bit later, but, from the standpoint of guys like Yuli Seal, Yuli's, as I've said, Yuli was a really good scientist, a biochemist, hematologist, a great, conservation biologist, a good scientist. That's not what made him have the influence he did. His people skills were what caused him to have the influence, or enabled him to have the influence that he's had over the zoo world. People skills.
What would you say is the largest professional problem facing U.S. zoos today? And if you identify what you consider to be, what might zoos be doing to correct the problem, if there is one?
Well, I think there are a couple of problems. Part of it is the U.S. government bureaucracy, and the government encroachment, and government mandates and controls and regulations that are slowly but surely strangling zoos and causing more and more problems with the zoos. So that things that we didn't even worry about or think about, back in the beginning, are now major, or can be major problems. The other part is similar. I'll make a lot of friends with this one, but I think the bureaucracy and this little tin badge syndrome to control everything, kind of like Obamacare and all, of the AZA. AZA has kind of become a quasi police organization that wants to micromanage and control everything in every zoo in the whole world with a small group, and I think that's a big problem. It's detrimental.
Let's just stick on that for a minute. What were some of AZA's strengths and weaknesses when you started?
Well, I think initially, they were a service organization. They supported zoos. Initially, they were a way, they provided the zoos a forum to get together, to exchange information, ideas, technology. That was good. And then, then we saw the encroachment of the federal government and all of the pressure from certainly the civil, the animal rights groups, but mostly the federal government and Department of Interior and through U.S. Fish and Wildlife and all of that, but and others to encroach and control the zoo world and recognize that sooner or later somebody was going to want to, license and accredit zoos other than Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture has always been, as a federal agency, has been pretty benign and pretty helpful to zoos. I mean, I don't really consider Department of Agriculture and their activities to be necessarily detrimental, but certainly Interior has been, and the fact that sooner or later somebody was going to try to accredit, and so to the AZA's credit, they stepped up, developed and instituted an accreditation program, which I think has by and large taken a lot, a huge amount of heat off of the zoo world. And so that's a good thing. Even though it is, very rigorous, I think, meeting accreditation standards is good. Necessary for zoos is good. It also sets some standards that gives zoos and zoo directors the leverage to improve. I mean, and so meeting the accreditation standards is, if a guy wants to use it and use it in the right way, is good leverage, and lots of people have used it very beneficially. The downside, the bad side of that is not all, but certainly some and a significant number of the SSP committees, and particularly when you get a very strong individual who frequently is not an animal person, who's a psychologist or whatever, who wants to control, everything that's happening with a species or with a family. Those things there's been some spectacular disasters, and that's been highly detrimental and caused a lot of resentment. The wanting to put way too much power in the hands of very small groups and small committees that are controlled by the central office. That shouldn't be the role. Being policemen and control freaks should not be the role of a service organization like AZA, even though we are also an accreditation program. And the other thing is they've become highly bureaucratic and a process. Early on, you could go in and sit down with the AZA board and express a need or express a problem or whatever, and you had decision makers that would say yay, nay, whatever, and now it's a bureaucratic process, and unless you're really good at managing and bureaucracy, why it's not going to work.
Continue. What was you were around when AZA was part of the parks system, or that group, and then when it broke away. Can you give us a little part of what your recollections are of that evolution of breaking away and how it came about?
Well, I wasn't really deeply involved with AZA. I was a member, but not really deeply involved with AZA, at the time. And of course, it was, as a member of the Parks Board, it was a fairly ineffective organization, and by breaking away, and the other thing that AZA can and should do, And I think we're at times doing much better than we were in the past. But I mean, to be an advocate, a spokesman to the outside world, and I think I think AZA is doing a better job as far as being a spokesman and an advocate and representing the zoo world to the Washington, legislature and all. That of course should be the function, because as back in the beginning they really weren't doing it. It was basically an organization which allowed people to get together and exchange ideas and have a forum and get together, but really didn't serve as an advocate to the outside world or to market to the outside world then. And so in that respect, AZA is doing a lot better. The big problem I see is the bureaucracy and this inevitable, I call it the little bit tin badge syndrome of power. It's kind of like what's the use of having this little tin badge if I can't use it to kick somebody's butt now and then and show somebody I can control. Control freaks.
Well, let me
Not that I have any strong opinions.
That's good. Talk about zoos. How would you describe zoos now, but what would you like to see them become in the future?
Well, I think I think a lot of zoos are really number one. If it weren't for zoos, because there are all kinds of people that will say, hey, if you'd spend this same amount of money on preserving habitat in the wild, think how much better, how much more good you'd do. And there's a couple of answers there. Number one, very few zoos and societies, and certainly no governmental zoo could ever spend that same amount of money in the wild. The animals in captivity in a zoo, in addition to serving as a kind of a safety net, are really ambassadors for the animals in the wild. Absolutely, I absolutely believe that if it wasn't for the fact that you've got elephants in zoos and elephants in circuses that people get up close and personal to and bond with, they make that click, that connection, that we wouldn't have been able, the world, wouldn't have been able to pass a ban on ivory, and even though it's ineffective as far as Asia, because there's still lots of ivory poaching going on and ivory smuggling into Asia, or rhinos. But elephants in captivity are the ambassadors that have helped save elephants in the wild. The same thing holds true for dolphins and killer whales and aquariums and a whole lot of things. I mean, if it wasn't for dolphins in captivity and killer whales and shamu, I really don't believe people would show the same concern and support. And so I think the zoo animals are really ambassadors that have helped save the wild. And in addition to that, with many species, we're doing a good job of at least preserving part of the gene pool. From the wild. I mean, there are species of animals that are simply going to go extinct in the wild. The only place they're going to continue to exist is in captivity, and it's a sad thing, because you'd rather have them. If you had your choice of in captivity or in the wild, all of us would choose survive in the wild. But since none of us can control that, we can only control what we can control, and we can control what happens in this country. We can control what happens in Europe, influence it. For the most part, meaning the Western world, can't control what's going to happen in a lot of these wild spaces, and so a lot of animals are going to go extinct.
Is this one of the reasons why you felt field work was important to Omaha Zoo?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. the work that Ed and his group have done in Madagascar have directly helped and influenced the gazetting of, I think, 17 or 18 new protected areas for lemurs, because every time they'd identify a new species, and there are, I think, 27 new species of lemur that have been identified and named, by Ed Lewis and the Omaha team. Now, that's the good side. The bad side is that gazetting a protected area doesn't really help hugely unless you also provide money to put boots on the ground. But one of the things that we found out is that, because in Madagascar, for instance, eating lemurs was always taboo because they were considered to be ancestors. And then all of the other cultures began to encroach on Madagascar. Madagascar is an incredibly poor country, incredibly protein starved by and large. And so poaching lemurs kind of, became something that was happening. And by going into the schools, and, we've been shipping school supplies to Madagascar for the schools in the areas where we're working in container, in big 20-foot container lots. And, you buy a cow, you buy a bunch of rice, you throw a big party, explain to the kids how the lemurs are their heritage, important to Madagascar, why they shouldn't. And in the meantime, mom and dad are in the background eating roast cow and rice and food. And in two areas where there were serious poaching problems, there hadn't been any poaching in about 8 or 9 years now. Or more. So you can influence how things are going. Back to the CBSG thing, and where they went into Papua New Guinea with the tree kangaroos, got all of the indigenous groups and tribes together, explained to everybody that we're not going to come in here as a bunch of gringos and tell you that you cannot or should not, or that it's a sin to, eat a tree kangaroo for some ceremonial occasion, but that if you don't manage them, there's not going to be any more tree kangaroos. It totally turned the tree kangaroo population in Papua New Guinea around, and the tree kangaroo population has been on the upswing ever since, because you influence the local population, and as a bunch of gringos, you can't come in and tell anybody what to do, but you can influence, and you can educate, and then let it be their project.
The Omaha Zoo has had the good fortune to have the kind of funding to be able, and vision, to be able to try and do some of these projects. But what would you say, how does a smaller or medium-sized municipal zoo today, how can they be involved with wildlife conservation, either on a national or an international level?
Well, I think if, and a smaller zoo can't, as we couldn't in the early days, we couldn't afford a big research staff and a big field staff. In those early days, only got people like the Bronx could afford to have a field staff and research staff. But you can partner with somebody who can and who does, and you support somebody else's project. There are a number of small zoos, actually some quite like Boise, that give out grants every year. And the interesting thing about it is that because their staff and their society and their people get to evaluate and vote on the projects that they will support and give money to, that automatically gives them a tie-in to what they're doing, and it helps the project that they adopt in any given year. In Columbus, Ohio, there's a number of zoos that are not fielding staff of their own, but are supporting other projects and other staff, other zoos' staff.
What kind of recommendations would you make to small and medium-sized zoos if they're thinking about future exhibits or conservation projects? What would you be recommending to them?
Well, from an exhibit standpoint, I think one of the mistakes is necessarily is one size doesn't fit all. You shouldn't have the same collection everybody else does. You would like to have collections that fit in so that you're not isolated and all on your own. But I think I touched on it a little bit earlier. You really have to choose an exhibit or an ecosystem or or a habitat that somebody in your organization, whether it's the director or the curator or the veterinarian, that really has an interest in and really has some expertise or the willingness to develop the expertise. We did a butterfly and insect thing. We had one person that I thought that when we first conceived of the idea and began to sell it, that had the meticulous attention to detail to do butterflies and insects right. And then when we looked around, we had two entomologists who were working in other areas in the zoo because there wasn't an opening for an entomologist, and they had taken other jobs in the zoo that really had a fire in their belly to do insects and butterflies. And so we had the expertise, we had the fire in the belly to do it and do it right. I think I'm fairly convinced that you can't just say, all right, you got a college degree, I want you to do this. Because it probably, unless that individual already has an interest and a fire in their belly to do it, it's not going to work. It's kind of like saying you now are in charge of the king cobra when you're scared to death of snakes.
In many cases today, zoos are afraid to confront animal welfare or rights groups that are anti-zoo. Could you give us your thoughts on how best to deal with these type of groups, and did you have experience with this?
We've had some experience. I guess I flunked diplomacy and tact. I think you hit them head on, and you hit them right straight head on. Absolutely no, none of this being nice guy or appeasement. You hit them head on, and you tell the story right up front and loudly and clearly in your press, in your newspaper, in your TV station, that these, number one, are not humane. They're not humane groups. They're by and large not. They're not interested in animal welfare. They're interested in animal rights, and they're mostly interested in social engineering and altering the way human beings live, so that we've all got to be, vegetarians and wear plastic shoes, and that the other thing that's been really effective is you do your homework and look into their finances, because one of the things that you'll find out if you look at most of these groups is these people live very, very well. They travel well, they live well. Zoo guys generally don't fly first class. Early on, from a guy that I knew that went to work for one of these groups, and I was a lot younger and a bit naive then, and he asked me if I'd do some consulting. And I found out very quickly that if you were consulting for one of these groups, you could fly first class and stay in a 5-star hotel. They live well. I mean, they live well, and they're really, in my opinion, they're more interested in altering the way you and I live, and the rest of the world lives, and living in luxury while they're doing it, than they are in doing something useful for the individual animals. And that's the story you want to tell your press right up front. And I think trying to be nice and accommodate and sit down and invite these guys into the table and negotiate and all is a waste of time, because they will take whatever concessions that you give, and then then after you think you've reached an accommodation, you find out they're still your enemy.
Did you have any specific instances when you were director at Omaha where you had to take on this posture?
Sure.
Can you give us
But
one
the
example?
good thing is that in Nebraska and Iowa, right across the river, a bunch of people who come dressed in carrot suits and talk about not eating meat and things like that, and not raising animals, farm animals, and they don't get very much traction. The thing is that they always come in, they've got a cause like elephants or something like that, or elephants or sea lions or whales or dolphins, and what you have to do is you have to go back and do your homework and show that's their cause right now when they're in front of your particular audience, but their cause, nationwide, is that you can't raise pigs, you can't raise cattle, you can't raise chickens, that you are an inhumane sinner if you eat bacon and eggs for breakfast. That puts it on the level that the voting public can understand, that these guys aren't simply trying to help old Judy the elephant who's maybe got a little arthritis in one foot, that their real goal is to shut down all zoos, all farms, all ranches.
What issues cause you the most concern during your career? And how do you see the future regarding the same concerns, if that would be?
Well, the good thing is, I managed to live for 40 some odd years in an environment that was pretty well free of politics and bureaucracy and all of that. And so in that respect, I've had the best job in the whole country. The issues that you always worry about is the fundraising, monetary things for the next project that you're going to do. I don't see a real problem going forward into the future. Certainly, right now, we've got economic problems, but unless the government manages to radically change our tax structure, and the thing that sets the United States off and makes us different as far as our zoos and museums and aquariums and all of that, as far as getting support and funding from European zoos and all, which are virtually all governmentally operated, controlled, and supported by tax dollars, is the fact that you can deduct a donation made to an eleemosynary, a 501c3 eleemosynary, like a zoo or a museum or an aquarium or whatever. And Americans are used to supporting and donating, and there is an advantage in that, if you give for the average donor, if they give you $4 million, it really isn't $4 million out of their pocket, because they get a big tax break, and therefore, it's kind of like matching money. If you're fundraising, if you can get to the halfway mark, getting the second half is a lot easier than getting the first half, because you can use the first half as matching money. And the you know I don't see zoos and museums and aquariums and all having difficulties, even though we're in an economic recession or downturn or all, simply because the donating, the people who have the wealth and who are capable of donating it, there's still an advantage. If we get to the point where there's no longer a tax advantage, then I think we become like Europe, and basically nobody donates to a European zoo, simply because unless you're really, really interested in that zoo or that animal or that exhibit, there's no real reason to.
Well, let's say you're the keynote speaker before all these thousands of zoo professionals. What issue would you tell them that zoos should be addressing in the future?
Well, I think you're back to conservation research, and in situ conservation. Of all of the things that we're doing, part of it is influencing public perception and the way the public thinks. So therefore, that influences hopefully the way politicians think and behave. Is really important. So public education and starting with kids when they're small and educating them. But then, of all of the things that we're doing right now, in addition to our exhibits, I think our research programs, our conservation research programs. I just learned here the other day that our group has made a rather significant breakthrough in getting frogs to breed, in that we've been inducing ovulation in frogs by injecting them with hormones, and it works sometimes and it doesn't work sometimes, and the troops came up with a concoction of hormones that you don't have to touch the frog. You put them in a shallow pan with just a little bit of solution in it of this cocktail, and it's primarily sex hormones. Put the frog in it, let him sit there for an hour, and with our injection process, which we had thought, well, we're doing pretty good because it is working, but it was only working at about 10% of the time, and all of a sudden, we're getting an 80% success rate both on males and females, which is that's a huge jump forward from 10% to 80%, and it's something that you can do easy, and could be done both in captivity, but it could be done in the wild. It could be used in the wild to enhance and increase a frog population, but for these assurance populations, with frogs that are susceptible to chytrid, the nutritional things. I think the conservation research is really a huge thing that every zoo should be supporting in some way. And then the in situ thing, I'm really pleased about this reforestation project that is actually working, really well for very few dollars.
You have seen in your career as zoo director over many decades that zoos have made changes in their operational model. It's kind of shifted. What do you think about these changes, the pros and the cons?
Well, all right, define the changes, I guess.
Well, let me
Yeah.
just kind of say, do you believe in the last 30 years that zoos have made changes in their way they operate as a zoo? And if they have, maybe it's as Omaha Zoo has transitioned and represents other zoos or not, have there been some positives and negatives to that?
Well, I think they have. There's no question zoos have become much more professional at exhibiting animals. You know, our animal exhibits are much more naturalistic, much more professional than 40 or 50 years ago when I first got into this business. From the from the standpoint, I think most zoos then were governmentally operated and governmentally supported. I mean, the biggest the biggest problems today is budgeting and financing and because I think fewer and fewer cities are picking up the whole tab, or governments are picking up the whole tab on the zoo. One of the things, and I think I touched on this a little bit before, but one of the things that I really think that somewhere, whether it's in undergraduate school or graduate school or whatever, and whether for a veterinarian or a curator or director or whatever, budgeting and handling finances is probably the area where most places fall down and get in trouble, as opposed to some of the more technical professional side of things. The ideal world is a good animal person who also has the training or the innate ability to handle budgets and management, because he can learn that, he or she. I guess I'm a dinosaur. And I think that's a lot easier transition than to bring in a CPA or a lawyer or something who then has to learn the animal side of things. I think you're more apt to get in trouble if you start out with a quote unquote good businessman who then has to learn, because that's not what zoos are about. The business side of things, the nuts and bolts and numbers and budgeting, actually could almost be farmed out to an outsider to do that busy business and all, whereas the animal management and the conservation management is really the core of the zoo world and should be.
You have made many contributions to the Omaha Zoo and to the zoo world in general. If I asked you to name 3 that you're proudest of, what would those be? What would the top be? Top ones?
Well, I think one of them. The fact that we've done a number of world-class exhibits that have really changed the perception of Omaha and changed the public perception of not just Omaha but of conservation and all the, like the Lead Jungle and the Desert Dome and Gorilla Valley and Nocturnal Building, and those are one. I think the other, we've made some really good advances in veterinary medicine over the years, and we participated in that. We've got a big cat and tiger hearing project going on right now with the Boys Town Institute on Hearing that's yielding some really incredible, the things that results that we didn't know anything about. That I think as far as the research side, for instance, we're finding out that tigers can probably communicate at 5 or 6 miles, kind of like elephants, ultra low frequency communications. And then our conservation research, the research things that we have done in reproductive physiology and nutrition and genetics, particularly in rare plants, and probably the last one is in all the students we've handled, the education, the ripple effect from all of these students that have gone through the place is really, really turning out to be really big. And it's not, it's just, and I think that holds true for every place that's doing, that's bringing in students and influencing students. And certainly I know it's from the National Zoo, because they've had the biggest program over the years for bringing in students. And again, because they could house them. The students that we're influencing who then go out, and because of the fact that, we give them a certificate that said that they spent 6 months or a year there and did this and that, maybe they end up as director of game and parks in their respective country, and then make better decisions because of our influence. And that's something that I think every zoo should participate in and could. The problem, of course, is that I think, as I mentioned before, most of these students, particularly the foreign students, if it wasn't for the fact that we built housing, both in our dormitories and in our student housing, although, in the dormitory we had to go in and for our Asian students, we had to put in special hoods and fire extinguishers over the stoves because of the way they cook, because the fire alarms kept going off and the fire department kept showing up. So we've got 2 dormitories. One side is specially equipped, so our Asian students can put a big wok underneath it.
I know you've had some experience with this, but what would you say is the most efficient way to deal with elected officials, which I'm sure you've had to deal with, and municipal bureaucrats to develop and manage a zoo today?
Well, I think public pressure. There's a couple of, there's a couple of ways to do that. One of the things that's been pretty effective for us is to point out to them that the zoo has a pretty profound economic impact on the city and on the state. We have our economic impact, annual economic impact, from beyond the 100-mile mark, not from the people that live in Omaha and Douglas and Sarpy and Potawatomi counties, but from beyond the 100-mile mark, has been pretty accurately measured at about $100 to $110,000, $1 million a year, $100 to $110 million a year impact. That helps make your point, get your story across. The fact that we got 75,000 families on our membership roll, that we publish a newsletter and also have them on our email list, and you don't want to be too overt on this, but the fact that if you look like you're going to be the zoo's enemy, all of these people and these families are going to know about this in no uncertain terms. And then when you have to go before a city council, it helps if you've got 75 or 150 people who show up at that council meeting in zoo T-shirts, and we used to do that on a regular basis, and then we'd put everybody in zoo T-shirts, and we'd fill the gallery with zoo supporters, which is a subtle way of telling them that there's a lot of support out there. And then, for a couple of mayors who were kind of obstinate, if you had to go into a meeting with them, you figure out who their big donors are, who are very likely your big donors, and you walk into the room with 2 or 3 of their biggest donors who sit there and nod yes while you're making your argument. That helps. It's called coercion.
Talking about that, but switching a little to a more formal education. Do you think that education is helping to boost the image of zoos among the public in face of some of these anti-zoo groups? Has education been
Well,
helpful?
I think it does, but I don't think we're doing nearly as good. I think PETA and HSUS and some of the humane groups have been much more effective, and they've had a plan at getting into the school groups, I mean the schools, and influencing teachers than we have. I think we need to do a much better job of that, and I think we can. I mean, you know, everybody, the zoo world, whether it's Omaha or Chicago or New York, whatever, you know, basically it crosses all socioeconomic boundaries, and I think people that come to the zoo, you can automatically deliver the message. I think we have to go in and be much more aggressive at going into the zoo, into the schools. I said zoos, into the zoo schools, and presenting our side of the story and the message, because I think I think frankly PETA and HSUS and some of these animal rights groups have done a much better job at beating us to death in the schools.
Once you get the people to your zoo, the visitor, what should or can be done to make that visitor connection more meaningful?
I think you get them up close and personal. There's nothing in the world like getting nose to nose with a tiger or a gorilla or whatever through, you know, with nothing but between you and that animal but a pane of glass. What would be even better is if you could touch him and smell him. You know, I mean, you can't really know an elephant unless you can touch his hide and hear his belly rumble and maybe smell the elephant. Now, in today's world, I mean, the old days we used to do that. I mean, we used to routinely take well, you can't say blind kids anymore. It's got to be visually impaired, I guess. But you know, we used to take the kids who couldn't see, and we would just routinely take a class of 30 or 40 kids and put them in with an elephant, because we had an elephant that we could do that with a couple of keepers. And they'd walk around and they'd feel the elephant. You'd hold them up and let them stick their hand in the elephant's mouth and feel the elephant's trunk, put them up on the back of the elephant. You know, there are zoos that no longer let kids touch a python because he might get salmonella. I mean, the ideal thing would be to be able to touch and feel a real live animal, because when you do, there's a click, there's a connection that's made. And barring that, the closer you can get, some of these zoo exhibits around the world where, you know, you're here and way out there, you know, is a troop of gorillas, but they're little black spots about that big around that you really can't tell anything about, you know. Exhibits should not be, you know, narrow and deep. They should be long and wide, so that the farthest away that you're ever from an animal is maybe 10 or 20 yards away. But the animal's still got lots of room, able to run, but you're always up close and personal, and lots of glass. And up close and personal is, you know, when you have to look and look and look to find an animal, that really doesn't work. We do, I think both Disney and SeaWorld, all the animal ambassador, I think we're doing more, and a lot of people are doing animal ambassadors, where you take the animals that you can let them touch and feel and get them out on the grounds and let them make the connection. You know, if they can hear, we've got microphones in with our penguins so that they can hear the penguins. To let them get up close and personal and make the connection with the animal.
You've been a excellent marketer of the zoo. Is there any advice you'd give to the neophyte zoo director about the importance of marketing zoos, and what would you say are the most important aspects of marketing?
Well, I think, you know, keeping the zoo story in front of the public as much as you can. You know, even little things people are interested in. You know, even a birth or or animal activities, or anything that has to do with an unusual activity by an animal will frequently make a good story. Particularly, years and years and years ago, an old reporter said, if you want to get the front page of a newspaper, there's three things that'll get you the front page of a newspaper: kids, animals, or a good fire. and if you can mix kids and animals together, you're absolutely almost guaranteed to get the front page, or a good picture. And even if you have to kind of manufacture it, there is a very infamous zoo director who's no longer a zoo director, who used to, when things got dull, it was rumored, go dig up an old crate and put an animal in it and announce a new animal being shipped in. But anything that gets you in front of the public, regularly, and that's why zoos that have got regular bits on, on a TV show, or on TV shows, or a good reporter that, that once a week you can get it in the newspaper. That's well, and of course the other thing that I believe in really strongly, which a lot of people don't, but it's, if you're going to spend money on marketing, the most effective money you can spend is billboards. Those big ugly signs on the side of the road. Billboards will get you more return on your dollar than anything else going.
Has that been proven?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Much more effective dollars than TV or whatever. Billboards, because you get the number of exposures that you get, and it's big and it's on the way. You do it as they're coming into the zoo. Billboards are really effective. They may be ugly, but they're effective.
We had talked a little about AZA. If you could, what would you tell AZA about the issues that they should be addressing now for zoos?
Well, the one was one we just touched on a little bit. I think AZA should take a much more active role in representing zoos and defending zoos to both the animal rights people, the PETAs, the HSUSs, and to U.S. Fish and Wildlife and to the government agencies that have made life miserable for a lot of zoos. I think AZA has, because it's easier to do, to be accommodating and try to be peacemakers, to try to say, well, we'll get everybody down at the table and it'll be kind of kumbaya and Walt Disney, everybody will end up as friends and buddies, and that's just not going to happen. I mean, you might be willing to be friends and buddies with them, but they're not going to ever be your friend or your buddy. So you might as well fight them, because either they cut your tail off an inch at a time until you bleed to death, or you can just go for broke. And I think AZA has been much too accommodating and as far as defending zoos and representing zoos to and against these other entities, whether they be an animal rights organization or the U.S. government.
Another little topic, elephants.
Yep.
What's your view regarding zoos and elephants, maintaining elephants, and how should it be done correctly, if possible?
Well, if possible. For one thing, I would say right up front, I recognize that the world is changing, that the demographic of our keepers is changing, that we don't have the 6'2", 6'3", rough and tumble farm boys that we used to have, or as many. That people are adverse to risk. But having said that, and that insurance companies are on people's backs, but having said that,
I don't completely, totally agree with this hands-off remote management of many, many species. I think that you know that you can have contact with elephants and with many other species. We not only always worked with our elephants, but we also worked in with gorillas and orangs. I mean, you can't work in with an adult male gorilla, but you can work in with all the rest of them, and you can work in with female gorillas. And the same way with orangs. Again, if you got a big tough male, you don't go in with him, but female orangs can be worked in with youngsters. I think you can accommodate the orangs. It's beneficial to the animals if you can work in with them so that you don't have to immobilize them. Certainly operative conditioning, and for those that have the facilities and those that spend the time to do hands-free, it can be done. I will admit that it can be done, but I guess I disagree with the mandate that all animals should be managed contact-free, whether that's elephants or orangs or gorillas, or there's some things that you don't have contact with. But I disagree with this totally hands-off, contact-free concept, because I don't think it's in the best interest of the animals. And the bottom line is, what we're really here for is the best interest of the animals. And granted, if you're working, in close contact, you will occasionally bleed.
Because of your ability to have vision of exhibits, what kind of exhibitry should zoos be thinking about with elephants, space-wise?
Well, I think there's another case. You need to give them, number one, elephants don't need 40 or 50 acres. Because if you look at elephants in the wild in places where there's good water and good forage, if there's good water available and good forage available, elephants don't move very far in 24 hours. If there's not, then they move whatever distance it takes to stay alive in the wild. So you don't need 40 or 50 acres per elephant. I think you do need space. Again, I go back to you can have a lot of space, and it can be long and narrow, so that the visiting public gets up close and personal with the elephant, so that you can actually see the elephant, that you exhibit the elephant on his level or looking up, because an elephant is a big animal. He's a big, impressive animal. These exhibits where you're up on top looking down at an elephant diminishes the elephant. I don't think the elephant gives a hoot. But if you're going to look at the biggest land animal in the world, he ought to look and feel like the biggest land mammal in the world. And of course, giving them things to do and places, and places to rub, and a lot of things that where they can in Leipzig, they've got they've got an elephant building there, that new elephant building in Leipzig, Germany. I don't know if you've seen that or not, where they on a wall that from one side it looks like it's just a big rock wall with some holes in it. On the other side, those holes communicate to a back area where they hang big, heavy polyethylene tubs and barrels, so the elephant can stick his trunk through and manipulate the barrel and get treats and goodies. And there's trunks going through there all the time, and the public can see that side too. Those enrichment kind of things, and giving
given the animal, whether it's an elephant or a orang or a gorilla or whatever, something to do, um, I think is important. It's important both for the, for the animal and for the public. Unless, of course, it's giving them toilet paper or white paper towels, which I think is horrible.
To what extent do you continue to be active in the zoo field or the conservation field?
Well, in the conservation area, I think fairly active from the standpoint of I've been involved since day one, with CBSG, and so I'm making the CBSG meetings and participating in CBSG activities and fundraising for them. Unfortunately, as a retired zoo director, I don't get to have the same level of hands-on touch and feel with the zoo animals in Omaha that I used to have, and frankly, I miss that. But from the standpoint of fundraising, both for new exhibits and improvements at the zoo, and particularly fundraising for our conservation programs and all. That's it's a great deal of satisfaction to be able to continue to support the conservation effort.
And is the zoo continuing to move forward from when you left it?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Are there any programs or exhibits that you would have wanted to implement during your tenure that you just didn't get to?
Oh, yeah, undoubtedly so. The good thing, I mean, as I said, yeah, I was never one for trying to figure out what you're going to be doing 20 years from now. I think if you think 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, it's that's more than that's more than enough. Yeah, there were things that unquestionably that we'd have done down the road, and we may still do down the road.
Do you want to share one with me or not?
Gosh, I don't know. A new cat area for one. Yeah, a new cat area, an elephant. We've got to do a new elephant. We got to do elephant. A new elephant facility is probably, and a new elephant collection is probably our next major project, and and that's going to be a very, very expensive. To do it right, do it well, do it so that you could hold 8 or 10 or more elephants. And also, the big problem with elephants in the past has been that the majority of elephants that have been brought into captivity have been brought in as babies, and they've never understood that they really were elephants. They were never socialized, and they don't understand the mechanics of breeding and or raising offspring. And so the only way to do that effectively is to do like San Diego and Lowry teamed up to do together, and go bring in a plane load of horny teenagers, and that's been incredibly successful. Both zoos have had babies born, and San Diego particularly has turned into a little elephant factory, or a big elephant factory. And so that's kind of our next project down the line, is to do a new elephant facility.
Do you have a proudest accomplishment?
Well, I don't know. I think we kind of touched on them.
Okay.
I think our big significant buildings and the conservation research.
Any suggestions to those aspiring to make a difference in the zoo world?
Well, I think pick an area that you've got some passion for. If you've really got a passion for something, then it's easy to work
the 15, 16, 17-hour day that it takes to get something done. If you're just punching a clock and putting in time. So if you, I mean, that's, and as I said, I worry about people that tell me they love animals. I'd really want to hear somebody tell me, how fascinated they are, or what or what a neat animal, or the problems that need to be solved. But somebody that's got a passion in a specific area and is willing to work and put in the time, because I don't think you can punch a clock and work an 8-hour day and ever really accomplish very much.
You've traveled all over the world. We'll talk about it a little later. But what have you learned about zoos and how people feel about animals?
Well, I think animals are, I think, the universal common denominator. I don't, no matter where you're at, whether you're talking about North America, South America, Asia, Europe, whatever, people like animals and are fascinated by animals. You're fascinated by the things that are mysterious and you don't know about, that are different. Animals are, I think, I'm not sure that there is a continent or an area where animals aren't popular and people aren't fascinated by them. Maybe there is. I just don't know exactly where that'd be. It's just that in a lot of parts of the world, the animal care and the conditions under which they're kept is not horribly conducive. But in those parts of the world, the people care and conditions frequently aren't very good.
Do we still need zoos?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, without zoos, I think people cease. Without zoos and animals and the personal contact, I think people would cease to support conservation and habitat preservation in the wild. I think if you're, if the only thing you knew about an elephant or a killer whale or a sea lion or a dolphin or a giraffe was what you saw in a book or even in a video, I think you'd have real difficulty getting the support that they really need.
So what do you know about this profession you've devoted so many years of your life to?
Well, it's never dull. Yeah. It's kind of one of the few professions where you can learn something new every day, and almost every day, have it brought home to you just how dumb you are and how much you don't know. So, yeah, you can constantly learn, and it also kind of brings you down to earth, because there's still more that we don't know than we do know.
How would you like to be remembered?
As somebody who made a difference. I think as somebody who made a difference, who wasn't afraid to take chances and take risk. I think one of the really great things about working in Omaha is that we've always been able to operate not like a governmental entity or a nonprofit, but more like a for-profit risk-taking organization. We've always been able to take risk. So it's fairly frequently, we've gotten to the well, we've kind of over the years had a policy, if on a fundraising project, if we could get to the halfway mark, you just take a deep breath and jump off the end of the pier and start digging and start building, and you raise the last half of the money while you're building the blooming thing. And governmental entities don't do that.
What was it like working with Dr. Yulee Seal? And can you tell us a little bit about how he got into the profession, so to speak, what his impact was, and what kind of projects did you work on? How they affect zoos?
Well, I think I think of all the people that I've had contact with and we've worked with over the years, and that I've known in the zoo world, Yulee probably had the most profound positive impact on not only on Omaha and the U.S. zoo field, and zoo world and profession, but both from a zoo management standpoint, from a medical reproductive standpoint, but
but for the zoo world as a whole, I mean, Yulee basically ended up affecting the whole zoo world. Yulee, I met Yulee in 1969 when he came to one of our first zoo vet meetings right after we had broken off and formed our own zoo vet association, and we were meeting in East Lansing, Michigan, at Michigan State, and staying at the Kellogg Center, primarily because, you know, they'd give us the space free, and for $7 a night you got a room and breakfast. So it was a great deal. And there was I think I've kind of touched on the fact that particularly in those early days there was so much that we didn't know, because we didn't have a database. You know, we didn't have a knowledge base of what was normal and not normal in exotic animals. So frequently when you pulled a blood sample, it was the very first time for you, or maybe the very first time anybody ever had pulled blood on that particular species. And unless you could equate it to and compare it to a horse or a cow or a pig or a dog or a cat, why then you really didn't have a benchmark for what was normal and what was not normal. And Yulee wasn't. Yulee was a biochemist and a hematologist, ran the laboratories for the Veterans Hospital in Minneapolis, and was on the faculty of the university at Minnesota there. And none of us knew him. He was a total unknown. He had been working with Dave Meach, as it turns out, on wolves, on the Wolf Project with Dave Meach, and also on a bear project, and on some white-tailed deer projects. And so he came to the meeting and gave a couple of papers, one on pineal glands and wolves, which is kind of a primitive gland that probably doesn't really function anymore in a wolf, and on thyroid function in white-tailed deer. And as would happen at these meetings, after the formal papers, then we would usually all gather in Clint Gray's room, who was, director of medicine at the Smithsonian. And the reason we gather there is the Smithsonian had enough money he could rent a suite. We'd all bring our bottle, everybody'd have a couple of drinks. Then people would start reaching in their pocket and pull out these pieces of paper and start handing them around, and give a little clinical data on a problem they had, a little clinical case, and the paper would go around the room and they'd say, does anybody have any idea what this is, what I'm dealing about, whether it's normal, because we didn't know. I mean, you could do lab work. You could send in your blood. You could get an SMA-8 or a SMA-12 or whatever you get, and then you look at it and you got numbers, but you don't know what the numbers mean. And in those days, Fred Seufert, who was down at Houston, was the only guy who kind of halfway billed himself as a hematologist. And so those things happen frequently after every meeting. Everybody'd express an opinion and then have another drink, and then there'd be another piece of paper that went around the room. And all of a sudden, this guy, red-haired, beard, clodhopper boots, stepped out of the back of the crowd, and it was Yulee Seal, and he said, it looks to me like what you guys need is a good physiological norms database. At which Clint Gray said, don't you blankety blank blanky blank think we know that? And Clint was, he failed tact and could put a sailor to shame for profanity and wasn't shy. Anyway, so the discussion went around, and Yulee introduced himself. He'd given the 2 papers that day, but nobody knew him. And he introduced himself, and the fact that he was head of labs and ran all the labs at the VA, and that he could and would, if we'd collect the blood, that he would do all the lab work for free. And so, basically you're kind of right on the spot. I invited him to Omaha. 2 weeks later, he was in Omaha. We bled every single animal in the Omaha Zoo. Well, almost virtually every animal in the whole zoo. We bled everything. And over the next couple of years, we collected, meaning because I did a bunch of it, he did a bunch of it, I introduced him, because he was a complete unknown. We collected 5,000 blood samples, which he then analyzed. And then at the Houston meeting 2 years later, we had enough statistical normal data that Yuli presented statistical norms on 12 species of animals. We had never in our lives had that. And that was kind of the beginning, and that's how ISIS got started. The interesting thing was that after Yuli left, somebody said, "Who is that guy?" and Clint Gray said, he said, "First, do you think he's for real? And second, who the hell invited him?" And considering what you know about Yuli Seal today, ISIS, CBSG, all the things he's developed, that's kind of an interesting start. That's how Yuli got started. And then, of course, in addition to presenting normal values on 12 species in Houston, Yuli presented an outline for a computer data program for physiological norms and for a database called the CMAC Zogad system. It's for Yuli Seal and Dale Mackey and Zogad. Well, anyway, bottom line, because we had collected 5,000 samples. We had normals for the first time ever on 12 species of animals, at which time Yuli then said, well, okay, now that everybody's through, saying whoopee and patting themselves on the back, this is all useless. This is a total waste of time, and it's all useless. And everybody just kind of said, holy smokes, wait a minute, first time we've got normals. And he said, because it's not tied to a census, to a database. The census, you can't identify individual animals. We don't know for sure how old these animals were, what sex they were, only on some of them. It is not tied to a database and a census system, and the only way that you're ever going to have useful information and data is to have it tied to a census database. And everybody said, well, it's impossible, because to do that, to put a database on all zoo animals, you would have to get the curators and the directors to agree. And since I was the only veterinarian / zoo director in the room, I had to agree with them that you'd never get the curators and the directors to agree to something like that. But we decided that it'd be worth the try. We went to the board, and I was on the board of the zoo vets then, and so we took it to the board of the zoo vets, and they immediately anteed up and wrote us a check. And then we got Don Forst, director of veterinarian and also director of Brownsville Zoo. Oh, he wasn't director of Brownsville. He was veterinarian at Brownsville then, because Warren Thomas was still director. To get Gladys Porter, who was the patron of the Brownsville Zoo, to come out and meet with Yuli and myself and Dawn and Gladys and her husband, Dean Porter. And Gladys listened to our story. Don nodded his head yes. I knew Gladys I'd known Gladys for about 5 years or so at that time. And she wrote us a check for $10,000 on the spot. And that's how ISIS got started.
What does ISIS stand for?
Well, International Species Inventory System. ISIS is now in, I think, 900, maybe it's closer now to 1,000 zoos around the world. It's an international database that also has gone well beyond just a census. You know, it's got all kinds of computerized data management and censusing and genetic population genetic management tools in ISIS, and it has become the standard of the zoo world worldwide. And I think we're probably over 1,000 zoos around the world are in, you know, are participants in ISIS right now. And well, the new ZIM system is the follow-on offshoot from ISIS, and now it is web-based. So I was, you know, involved with a part of that. Then after Houston became the chairman of the committee, and the committee was Yuli Seal and myself, we spent a couple of years of not telling anybody what we were doing, and then ultimately brought it to the AZA board, by which time we had spent, I don't know, we'd spent $90,000 or $100,000 on developing it when we brought it and tried to get the zoo vet, I mean the zoo, not zoo vet, but the AZA, the Zoo Aquarium board to, it wasn't AZA then, to put their blessing on it. That proved to be somewhat difficult, and ultimately we got that done. And you know, and there had been well, the Brits had tried that once way back, and the Germans had tried it. San Diego had spent quite a little bit of money trying to do the same thing. The thing that made it work, though, is that ISIS did not belong to any one organization. You know, if ISIS, or when ISIS was going to be a British, program, or a German project, or said, you would never have gotten anybody else to sign on. The fact that we fairly quickly realized that it had to be standalone, independent, that everybody could sign on to, that we would have an independent board of directors, and that all we really wanted from AZA and from, you know, the British Zoo Association and the German, because in those days there wasn't a European Zoo Association yet, and the Germans and everybody was to sign on and tell their members that they needed to participate in this, and that's a big thing that made it work. The other big thing, of course, is that Yuli, along with being a first-rate scientist, had incredible people skills. So there were many times when we had projects that needed funding and going, where, you know, you would go and talk to somebody, a zoo or whatever, and once they got to know Yuli, and Yuli went and did a lot of work in reproduction in a lot of areas in a lot of zoos, Yuli had people skills such that, you know, that people would say, okay, I don't really understand exactly what it is that you're trying to do or what you're trying to say, but if you need it done, and this is what it's going to cost me, I'll do it, which is, I think, pretty remarkable. Yuli probably, in my opinion, between starting ISIS, because he's really the guy responsible. I just kind of was the front man and the fundraiser in the very beginning, and CBSG, which is, well, it's now stands for Conservation Breeding Specialist Group. Used to be Captive Breeding Specialist Group. We changed the name, hacked everybody off, but and what we really wanted to do is change the name to Conservation Biology Specialist Group, because it really doesn't have a lot to do with, you know, specific captive breeding anymore. It started out that way. And Yuli basically has had more positive, profound impact on the zoo world, on conservation, on the way we do conservation and zoo management than any other
single human being, living or dead, and that includes all the big guys, and both living and dead. There's nobody in my opinion in the zoo world, living or dead, that has had even remotely the same impact on the way we do, zoo business and the way we do conservation. And it's not just the zoo world. I mean, he's had huge impact on the way Fish and Game does conservation. I was having a discussion with some guys up in Minnesota the other day on walleye, and we were kind of butting heads until the minute I mentioned working with Yuli, and he's had impact on the Florida panther, and CBSG has had huge impact around the world. And again, because nobody owns it. I mean, technically it's a specialist group under the auspices of IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, but it is the most active and effective specialist group in the IUCN. And Bob Lacey, after Yuli, when Yuli became ill, and then I took over as chairman of CBSG for a period of time, and then before Yuli passed on, we got Bob Lacey to agree, and George Rabb to support him at Brookfield. And so Bob Lacey was director of CBSG for about 8 years, and now Ani Byers is. I think we've got about 600 zoos that are supporting CBSG, but CBSG has worked in all kinds of things, like Florida panther, Papua New Guinea, tree kangaroos, all over, monkey-eating eagles, tamarau, Philippine crocs. I mean, there's all kinds of frog things, and actually the genesis and support for ARCS, the amphibian resource and frog program, started with CBSG and was supported by CBSG. And if you a while ago you asked if there was one thing I was really proud of, I guess the other thing would be having the opportunity to participate in the founding of ISIS and the founding of CBSG. That I guess if you had to be remembered for one thing, maybe other than a big dome or a big jungle building, that'd be the thing, because and mostly it had to do not with necessarily just the fact that Yuli was a first-class scientist, but he had the ability to bring 30, 45, 50, 60 people in a room together, not necessarily get to consensus, but everybody agree to work together and come out with a product, whether you totally agreed with it or not. And he could do that with a group in in Indonesia, where you had standing generals that, on the one hand, that were head of a department, and clear down to the line to the ranger who didn't even have a pair of shoes. Kind of equal everybody out, get everybody to speak their piece and have a say, and he had incredible people skills.
And didn't you have to work with him on a project in, is it New Orleans, where you did a lot of tranquilization?
Yeah.
What was that about?
Well, that was back when we were trying to get enough information, enough blood samples to get some physiological norms on blood norms. And New Orleans Zoo was in real flux then. They'd lost their old director, died. They were in real flux. We thought we were being invited down by the city of New Orleans. It turns out we really weren't. And so Yuli and I in 1971 went to New Orleans. I put a team together from my shop. Luckily, they were good, strong Nebraska country boys, and Yuli put a team together of graduate students and his techs from Minnesota, and we went down, and in 4 days we immobilized, bled, TB tested, took blood samples from hair samples, skin biopsies, and fecals from 384 animals, including one night about 11 o'clock when we were all a little bit punch drunk. We went out and grabbed all of their whooping cranes and bled all their whooping cranes. and basically we did a medical workup on virtually every animal in the whole New Orleans Zoo. We got criticized somewhat for that because we went in there and did all of that work at their invitation, but not quite the city's invitation, as it turns out, when there was no zoo director. So we had a few people say, "Oh my gosh, you guys, a bunch of vampires went in there and bled everything when there was nobody to defend them." But the net result was a complete reorganization of the New Orleans Zoo, of the Audubon Park and New Orleans Zoo, and their first professional zoo director, and then which ultimately led down the road to improvements, and Ron Foreman came in, and the New Orleans Zoo went from being the absolute worst major zoo in the United States, if maybe not in the world. It was absolutely the worst thing I'd ever seen, to being one of the premier prime zoos in North America. But we did 4, and then I stayed on an extra day to read the TB sample, the TB test. In 4 days, we immobilized. We basically, I've got pictures of 4-wheel farm wagons totally loaded with tigers and jaguars and lions and pumas and stuff. We just had everything scattered out on the grass. We'd have tigers that would get up, try to wander off. It was in the days when we were using phencyclidine or sermolin on everything, angel dust, if you will. And so the good thing about that drug is that they might get up and try to walk off, but they weren't aggressive.
Now, a little closer to home, what role did your family play in the care of animals and their connection to the zoo? Did you bring animals home?
Oh yeah, well, luckily, I think, as I said, I got really lucky, with a mom who helped me with a lot of that early stuff. But Marie, who I met when we were undergraduate, married just before we got into vet school, was extremely tolerant and hugely supportive. And so, in the early days before we had a hospital or nursery, all the babies came home. So we had hyenas that we raised, and tigers and bears, and a pair of giant otter pups in the bathtub. And when our daughter Heather was about 8 months old, I brought home a baby orang. So then we had 2 babies in diapers and on bottles. And when the orang was about 8 months old, I brought home a gorilla babe. So now we had 3 kids at home, and all taking a bottle, all in diapers. And Marie took care of them. We would take the dining room table out and set up incubators in the dining room, and put the house in quarantine when an orang or a gorilla baby was really young. And when Marie was pregnant with Heather, she was about 8.5 months pregnant. She said, "Well, maybe we better send the animals back to the zoo," because we had a leopard that was, I don't know, somewhere 25, 30 pounds, an Amur leopard living in the house with us. and an 11-foot African rock python with a bad attitude in a big aquarium, and so and a new baby on the way. So, but without an extremely supportive and tolerant wife, who happily has likes to travel and has, you know, been with me in about 26 countries in the Antarctic, a whole lot of this wouldn't have happened.
Would this be possible in today's world?
I don't see why not. Although most zoos have facilities, we did this not because it was necessarily, it was, you know, something fun and interesting to do. We did it because it was necessary. We didn't have any facilities in those days. But on the other hand, you know, when we've had animals that later on in later years, even when we had facilities and you had a baby gorilla, a baby orang that needed special care, one of the things that I think I touched on a little earlier is, you know, is being willing to say, ask for help. You know, we've had, you know, Omaha has been remarkable from the standpoint that we've had a very supportive community in terms of donating and funding and supporting our projects and buildings and all. But the allied medical community in Omaha has been really, really remarkable, because we had no facilities and no equipment, nothing in the beginning. And so I kind of went around and made the rounds to the hospitals and the med center and all of that, and all kinds of people stepped forward to help us, and that's kind of really, you know, really been the case. We have kind of quietly eased animals in the doors of any number of hospitals around Omaha. Only a couple of times did we have problems. I mean, we had a gorilla in the cath lab at VA. We put a pin in a polar bear's leg in the necropsy at Clarkson Hospital. I managed to get the head operating room nurse at the Children's Hospital fired once because I needed to do a cut down on a baby gorilla to get and put a permanent catheter in, because we had a gastrointestinal problem, and our old hospital and nursery had burned down, and so on a Sunday morning we just kind of whizzed into the OR in Children's and did a cut down, got a catheter in place, and for some odd reason the hospital administrator got bent out of shape over that, and they couldn't fire me because I didn't work for him. He was smart enough not to fire their head surgeon, because you don't fire your head surgeon if you're smart. So he fired the head operating room nurse, and she was on our payroll for about 3 months until a group of the doctors all went in and shut the door and had a come to Jesus talk with him. We had huge, just incredible. We've never asked for help that we didn't get it. You know, we've had, ophthalmologists and ophthalmic surgeons and all kinds of people, and cardiologists. We're doing, a cardiology study on gorillas, with this diffuse myocardial fibrosis that really kind of started in Omaha. And we've never, if you're willing to ask for help, you're almost guaranteed to get it.
Well, you have told us that you at one time had 45 gaur.
55.
55, excuse me. And you also had a lot of Amur tigers in your facility. Can you tell me why you had that size of a collection of those type of animals?
Well, if you're gonna do genetic management, if you're gonna have, I think I maybe have said it, thought I'd said it earlier. If you're gonna talk about genetic management, genetic diversity, managing your heterozygosity and preserving heterozygosity, you can't really manage a pair or two pair or whatever. You need to have numbers. You need to have numbers to actually manage a collection, and nobody really needs 55 gaur or 13 or 14 Amur tigers. You just from a display standpoint, you really don't need that, but from a management standpoint, from a genetic standpoint, to manage, you do. And so very early on, we really looked at needing to manage and preserve genetic diversity.
Now, you did some work with embryo transplant?
Embryo transfers, yeah.
Yes. Could you tell us something about that and how they
Well,
came about?
part of that has to do, again, we're back to a lot of the work that Yulee came down and did. We used to put together these work groups where we'd bring in Dave Wilt and Joe Yale Howard and Mitch Bush and Yulee Seal and a whole team from National and Minnesota and whatever, and work. And of course, Dave Wilt, his focus, that was before we could afford a research staff of our own. So we did a lot of work on artificial insemination and embryo transfer and in vitro fertilization and then, as we progressed and we got our research and, conservation research center up and building and running and began to build our own staff, we were, the first artificially inseminated tiger was born in Omaha. The first embryo transferred tiger was born in Omaha. We were part of the half of the team to do the first in vitro fertilized gorilla, Timu, who was actually born in Cincinnati. It was a collaborative effort between Omaha and Cincinnati. I guess one of the things that we probably haven't touched on, and we were talking about conservation earlier, but and we've always been big believers, absolute believers in collaborative or cooperative efforts, whether it's between two different zoos or a group of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different zoos that are collaborating and cooperating on a single project, because no one zoo is big enough to do everything. So a lot of those early successes were collaborative things that had to do with the National Zoo and Yulee Seal and not necessarily the zoos in Minnesota, although we've always collaborated with everybody, and so a lot of those first time things. The problem that we've got, meaning the whole zoo world, is that we've had some really good first time, the first time this, first time that, whatever, first wild cattle that were artificially inseminated and the first embryo transfers took place in Omaha. The difficulty is that you can't really say you've accomplished a great deal until you can do it over and over and over again with predictable repeatability, so that you can have a 40 or 50% success rate, or let alone even in cattle, you get with embryo transfers, you can get a 80% success rate, and we're not even close to that yet in the zoo world. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Some of the big successes, of course, are happening with amphibians and frogs right now, but that's a lot, in some ways, is easier.
Is that work with cattle and the work that you mentioned, is that still going on in Omaha?
Which is that?
The work on the cattle, the embryo transfers?
Not right now, because we've done it. We've got a big semen bank, an embryo bank, with I don't know, there probably 25,000 specimens in liquid nitrogen. Right now, the Gower project has been put to bed, but we have got, for a period of time, we've got a very large sperm bank and embryos, and the same with tigers, and the same with we've got the biggest gorilla sperm bank in the world. In addition to frozen orchid seeds and fern spores and elephants. Elephant semen turns out to be just about indestructible. We've got elephant semen that actually was collected in South Africa, that's in our sperm bank in Omaha.
So we're still working. A lot of the effort right now, because of the need and the kind of the urgency is going into frogs and amphibians, and as far as reproduction.
Now you mentioned tower. You were involved with some work with the coupre.
Yeah.
Could you explain what a coupre is and how did Omaha Zoo get involved?
Well, the coupre is another CBSG project in a way. Coupre is a wild cow from Cambodia with kind of leer-shaped horns, very unusual, big dewlap, obviously acclimated for warm weather and humid jungle environments, and they've always been rare. We now are beginning to think, just recently in the past few years, that coupre may not be a pure bona fide wild species. But the problem, of course, is we're still gonna have to catch some to get some DNA to really determine that. But the Thais were really interested. There were a number of people interested in coupre because it was so rare. It had been filmed way back, and actually the Bronx Zoo has a piece of footage of film that shows gaur and coupre and bantang all in Cambodia and parts of Thailand and Laos. And so we put together a symposium that met in Hanoi in about 1978 with all of the interested parties, both from brought in people from Cambodia, from Vietnam, obviously, from Thailand, Malaysia, because Malaysia is a big gaur, is a big gaur country. Well, actually, celadang as opposed to the regular gaur, and England and the U.S. and we put together a big symposium, met in Hanoi, looked at most of the coupre actually are in Cambodia, but at that time you couldn't really go into Cambodia because it was before peace had really settled in. And so then I ended up as chairman of the coupre group. We had two meetings in Hanoi. Then we actually built a coupre barn in Da Nang, and we did three field programs in Vietnam along the Cambodian border, close to west of Ban Mi Thuot. If you go in from Da Nang straight into the Cambodian border, you pass through Ban Mi Thuot and to the Cambodian border. We kind of put it to bed after we got one of our field teams shot up. We got 3 people shot and 2 elephants shot. Nobody killed, thankfully. But the coupre really exist up in that northeastern corner of Cambodia, and then they seasonally migrate over into Vietnam and into Laos and sometimes into Thailand. The Thais found what they were sure were coupre tracks that had come into Thailand and turned around and go back into Cambodia, and sent a team in to follow them. And unfortunately, the 2 lead guys in that team didn't do too well. They ran into some landmines, which was pretty much discouraged that project from continuing. So the question of coupre still is yet to be answered, but between the Thais getting blown up and we got a team shot up, I had to bribe my way into Vietnam to see about that and sorting that out, along with Simon Stewart from IUCN. And we went over to Hong Kong Air because Thai Air, and they wouldn't give us visas, so we couldn't get on Air France or Thai Air, so we went over to Hong Kong Air and
passed some $100 bills over the counter, and suddenly we could get a ticket. Went into Saigon and argued with them, and we ultimately got up to the area and to see what had happened, kind of sort that out, and then we put the project to bed.
You talked about Madagascar. In 2005, Dr. Lewis from the Center of Conservation and Research discovered a new species of lemur. What did the discovery mean, and how did it work to help the Omaha Zoo?
Well, I mean, basically, actually, you know, Ed and Dr. Lewis has actually published 21 new species of lemurs. He's renamed another dozen that were misnamed, whatever, and he just submitted for publication, which should be coming out any time now, another 6 species. So, I mean, probably by midsummer he will have named 27 new species of lemur. From a scientific standpoint, that's considerable prestige for, you know, a zoo project or program to have done this. It comes back to, I think, you know, what I kind of said a little bit before. You know, when Ed came on board, you know, Ed was a new grad, had just received his DVM from Texas A&M, you know, and was waiting on his PhD, because he had done a DVM and a PhD in cellular genetics concurrently, which means he's a little bit wound tight and a bit driven and very smart. Ed, when I first hired Ed, and Ed came on board, it was not to work with lemurs or tortoises. It was to work with wild cattle and antelope and giraffe. That was kind of my focus and interest, because I've always been interested and fascinated with wild cattle. And Ed was in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, working on giraffe and antelope and doing the genetics there and looking at some of these enclosed, isolated populations, and called up and said, hey, you know, as long as I'm here in Tanzania, you got any objection if I slip over to Madagascar to look at the radiated tortoises and the plowshare tortoises and the graveyard tortoise? And I said, well, why not? Sure. Well, he did, and he came back, you know, with a fire in his belly. He came back with a passion for what was happening in Madagascar and for the lemurs, and so basically, you know, the project that we hired Ed for went down the drain. So we never did finish. We never finished up our wild cattle. We did publish the giraffe project, and the antelope project and the wild cattle project went by the way, but Ed has become pretty much the world's expert on lemurs in Madagascar, and, you know, has now branched into conservation, reforestation, education, a whole lot of things in Madagascar. We've been in Madagascar for 17 years now. We've got 19 full-time Malagash employees. We bring 12 or 13 or 14 Malagash graduate students to Omaha every year. I think we've got 31 or 32 Malagash graduate students that we're supporting right now. The first geneticist, you know, the first cellular geneticist that graduated from the University of Antananarivo in Madagascar, and everyone since have all been Omaha students. So, you know, we've had a fairly big impact on Madagascar, working, you know, a lot with CI, and I actually worked with about everybody in Madagascar. We got 3 field stations in Madagascar, which means that I'll never run out of a job, because supporting Ed is a full-time job.
Is there a lemur named after you?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Microcebus Simmons. It's the largest of the mouse lemurs.
That's why he wants to help. You'll keep helping the project.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ed, in addition to being a first-rate scientist, is a fairly good politician. In fact, there's several lemurs named after supporters of Ed's projects.
What a wonderful segue into fundraising. You had talked about it a little, but what's your philosophy for selling a project?
Well, first you got to have a product to sell, and you got to have a product that you believe in. I think it's kind of like. Well, I don't want to be too crass and commercial, but it's if you're going to sell sewing machines, it's got to be a sewing machine that's really good, that you can believe in, that works. So you got to have a product, you got to have a project that you really believe in and that you've got some passion and fire for. And it has to be a project that people can understand. There are people in donors out there, and we had one of them who unfortunately passed away not too long ago, who we first started out, who would always pretty much guaranteed that if we had a project and we went to him and said, hey, here's the project and here's what we're going to do and all of that, would make a donation of $1 million or so. And then after a while, he got to the point where you'd call him up and he would say, all right, just, come to lunch and tell me what you want to do, but don't bring the plans, don't bring the blueprints. Just tell me what you want to do, and then later on, after a while, he'd just say, oh, all right, we don't need to go to lunch. Just tell me how much do you need, and that's a credibility and a trust that you build over years. Most donors never get to that point. They want to see what you're doing, and they have to be able to see it and understand it. So there are donors that are engineers or architects or who can read a blueprint and who can visualize, but most donors can't visualize. The vast majority of donors can't visualize. So you really need to take in something that you can, so that they understand, and we've actually resorted to, not resorted to, but we've actually evolved into being able to do computer animations with AutoCAD and Studio Max, which is an AutoCAD product, which is the same program that they did Jurassic Park in, so that you can do an animation, which, for instance, with the dome, we had a 5-foot diameter carved model of the deserts, of the 3 different deserts of the world, and then we digitized that, and then we used that digitization to then take it so that we could take a computer animation, lift the geodesic dome off of the top, do a circle, go down and do a fly-through of the thing from the and that basically got us half the project in less than 24 hours. Basically, being able to have that kind of realism that made it real basically got us one check for half the project in less than 24 hours. But you got to be able to sell the project, and every project that you do, one of the things that we've done, we've always balanced our budget, our operating budget. But the other thing that we've managed to do over the years is we've brought every single project that we did, we brought it in on time and on budget or under budget.
And so with a track record like that, pretty soon you get credibility, you get a reputation and credibility, so that the next project is easier. Chris Hickson, who was the trustee for the lead jungle when we did the lead jungle, and when we got up to do the dedication, and the mayor of the town, of Omaha, got up and made his speech and about this cooperation and this great donation to the city of Omaha and all of that. And Chris got up. She's very down to earth, very plain spoken, short sentences, and she said, "Sorry to tell you this, Mayor, but I didn't give this money to the city of Omaha, and I didn't give it to the Omaha Zoo. I gave it to Lee Simmons because I know he'll spend the money like I want him to." End of discussion. She sat down. But that's kind of that. You can't buy that kind of credibility. You got to earn it. It's got to be. And we've never had a project that went over budget. We've never had a project that came in, that didn't come in on time. And it takes management and effort and the ability to compromise and do whatever it takes to make that happen. But the second one is easier than the first one, and the third one's easier than the second one once you've done that.
So you would say those are your major strengths in that area?
I think so. Yeah, that we're able to number one, get somebody to visualize and buy onto the project because they can see what we're doing, and because we've got a reputation for bringing projects in on time and under budget.
How did you identify the major fundraisers for these projects? Is it
No.
because you knew them, they came to you,
Some you knew, some you with through the board of directors. Basically we'd go to lunch, sit down with pad and pencil and put together a hit list. And the hit list basically included, everybody in Omaha, Nebraska that had money, and then whether they were approachable, who could approach them, whatever. And then you find somebody that they would take their call to get them to come to lunch, and then you show up at lunch with, all of your project and your visuals, and wave your arms and do whatever. The getting them to take the call and agree to lunch is the big first hurdle, because they automatically knew that you were going to put the hit on them. Originally, we called it the Omaha 11. It's expanded out some since then. It's more than 11 big guys, but initially it was the Omaha 11, which included guys like Mutual of Omaha and
You, I don't want to say this here. You obviously did well. You obviously did well at fundraising.
yeah, well,
Did
because
you,
I got to spend the money.
Did you enjoy it? Or was it a necessary evil of what you had to do the building you wanted to do?
One of the things, and early on, I remember in the AZA, which before that was the American Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and or AZPA, I guess. Somebody came up with the idea, and actually it was written into kind of the bylaws. It was written in as one of the precepts of zoo directors is that zoo directors shouldn't have to fundraise, and that actually was written in as one of the guidelines. And the realities of life is that zoo directors who don't fundraise don't get to build anything. And I said early on, the board said, or at least the three main guys on the board said, balance the budget, and the board's probably going to let you do anything you want. And of course, there's just one other thing: you got to raise the money for it. If you don't fundraise, we'll help you, but because we didn't have a development, we got a foundation now, and we've got a development, a development staff and all that. But in those days we didn't. That's a fairly recent thing. That's only in the last 7 years. If you didn't fundraise, you didn't get to do anything. You didn't get to build anything. You didn't get to develop anything. And basically, we kind of had this unwritten understanding that we were allowed to do anything we could raise the funds for. So if you had a project, and it usually required just kind of a cursory head nod from the president and chairman of the board that sounds like this is a good idea if you can raise the money, and then you went for it. And as I think I said earlier, very early on, we kind of developed the policy that if you could get to the halfway mark, and you thought you were in pretty good shape, you could just take a deep breath and jump off the end of the pier and start digging foundations and figuring you'd raise the rest of the money while you were building the blooming thing. And that pretty much has worked out that way. We've started a lot of projects when we were only halfway there on the fundraising, and we've been able to fund them and finish them on time. If you don't fundraise, you don't get to do anything. And so I wouldn't call it a necessary evil, but it absolutely was necessary. I wouldn't say it was necessarily fun. On the lead jungle, that was a 8.5 year project to get to that first point where we could actually make the pitch. And one of the things there are things that you remember all your life. And we had been building up to this, and we had done all the conceptual design really in-house with a little help from the architect who was doing it on the cuff for free until we could actually raise the funds and whatever. And we did, all of our elevations and renditions, and we had overlays that we had done kind of in-house, rather crude, but as it turns out, the lead trustee, if we'd have gone out and hired a Bozell and Jacobs type firm to do a slick, smooth thing, it would have probably turned her off because she would have thought we were spending too much money and unnecessarily. So the net result was that we had done everything in-house. We finally got to the point that she would give me an audience. So I flew out to Las Vegas, made the pitch. She agreed to come to Omaha to look at the site. We staked out the outline of the building and the site and put up some big tall poles so that she could visualize where it was going to be, how tall it was going to be. We put a bunch of 2x in the ground that were, that slapped together, that were, so that we could get 30 feet of height on the outside walls, and put a big telephone pole in the middle so we could show her it was going to be 80 feet tall in the middle and all of that. And then took her to dinner at the Omaha Country Club because Stan Howe, who was our architect, was a member of the country club and lived next door to the country club. We took her to dinner there, and we were waving our arms and pitching the project. And finally, she kind of looked at me and said, all right, enough of this. She said, I like what I see, but this thing looks expensive. So just cut to the chase. What's the bottom line? And I can remember, and will always remember, trying to get up enough saliva in my mouth, and I didn't think I was going to be able to do it for a minute, to say $25 million. And to say $25 million for the first time in your life, that was I didn't think I was going to be able to get that out. And she visibly flinched. She visibly flinched and blinked when I said $25 million. And she said, Dad,
that's a lot of money. I wasn't expecting anything like that. She said, I'm going to have to think about that. She said, why don't we have breakfast in the morning and I'll think about it overnight. And I figured this whole thing, this whole 8.5 years just went down the tube right now. And so the next morning we met for breakfast, Stan Howe, myself and Chris. And she said, all right, she said, I didn't sleep a wink all night. She said, I came to town with my mind made up on what I was going to give you. I liked the project. I was going to give you money for it. I had my mind made up about what I was going to give. And you asked me for $25 million, and I didn't sleep a week, and I'm not going to do it. And I'm thinking, it's done, it's over, it's down the tube. But then she said, but I am willing to compromise. She said, I was going to give you $5 million. I will give you $15 million. But there are some conditions. Number one, because I had a restaurant on it. She said, I'm not interested in selling hot dogs. Let somebody else build a restaurant. Let somebody else build your greenhouses. She kind of went down the line. She said, you've got that big orientation building on the outside. Let somebody else do that. She said, but the main jungle, she said, I'll give you the $15 million, but I want everything you've shown me for $15 million. And she said, so do you think you can do that, boy? I said, yes, ma'am. And she gave us $15 million. And we got somebody else to build the restaurant. And, we never did build the orientation building, and we built the greenhouse ourselves. And we brought the project in. Stan Howe did his part. He ultimately, the whole thing with the restaurant and the education area and all of that ended up at $18.5 million. And Stan Howe, our architect, did the whole architectural and engineering packet for $500,000, for $500,000 for an $18 million project. So there's a guy that gave back in a huge way.
Did you ever use the political process to raise money from the state or anything?
We tried with the state a number of things away. I mean, when we first came in, the state was not charging us sales tax on our admissions and memberships and all of that, and somewhere down the line somebody said, hey, there's nothing that prohibits us from doing that. We've tried, and once a government, state, county, city, federal, whatever, puts a tax on, you'll never get it off. We've tried using the political process several times to get them to take the sales tax off, because it would save us a huge amount of money. We did manage, and we were never successful, we did manage to get the state by simply taking every single state senator, bringing them to the zoo in small groups so the Sunshine Act didn't kick in, and pitching them on a hotel motel tax, which we've used for marketing and a number of things that way. That brings in about $300,000 a year. At one time, it was bringing in $500,000 a year, pretty regular. But that really is the only, and of course, then the contract with the city, which now used to be a 1-year thing, and then we got it to 3 years, and then to 5 years, and now we do 10-year contracts for a little bit of city support out of $28 million or the city kicks in $1.5 million. Not very much. I shouldn't say that. It's $1.5 million we wouldn't have otherwise.
Were there any surprise donations that just came out of nowhere? Somebody leave you $40 million in a will, something you didn't expect?
Well, Pete Kiewit, who contributed that $250,000 when he, in his will, he left us $1 million. We've had some other behests in wills. The one thing, you know, the Hubbard family donation, as I said, circled around after 23 years and came back, and they wanted to do something in honor of Ted Hubbard, and was thinking about $1 million for a butterfly facility, which we ultimately built a butterfly facility, but it wasn't first up on the board right then. We were looking at gorillas, and in about 45, 50 minutes, that $1 million donation escalated from $1 million for butterflies to about $8 million for gorillas, and then actually on upwards of that. And that family contribution now is up over $30 million. And that one kind of walked in. That first one walked in the door after 23 years. That I wasn't expecting that.
You mentioned that you started with a $50,000 endowment.
Yeah.
And over the years, obviously,
It's built.
I always say endowments are the gift that keeps on giving.
Yep.
You've been able to increase the endowment.
Yeah, substantially. Yeah.
Has it been difficult to do?
Endowment dollars are the toughest, hardest dollars to raise. What we've ultimately figured out and have done is that we put an endowment on every new project that's not going to be a profit center, like a new gift shop or a new concession stand or a new restaurant or something like that is a profit center. So, but every new capital project that we do, we put an endowment number as part of our fundraiser, so that if we say, well, this project is going to cost, it's going to cost X to build, like we did the Madagascar exhibit. We automatically added on a $5 million endowment that was part of the fundraising for the project, because it's a lot easier to raise endowment that way than just pure endowment, because it's tied to a project. You've got a product to sell. It's tied to a project. You can tell them that it includes capital and endowment, but you don't have to break it down, and it's a lot easier when you've got a product and a specific project to sell, other than just raising pure endowment dollars is really tough to do.
What makes Nebraska such a giving community?
It just is. I think, Nebraskans are kind of unique in, they're kind of rabid football fans. If you're going to do something like the Jungle or the Desert Dome or that is kind of the biggest and best anywhere, it's a much easier sell. I don't think you could say I'm going to do the 5th best or 6th best or 10 best. I don't think you would get takers. If you're talking about the biggest or best in the world, or at the very least the 2nd best in the world, it's a much easier sell. But Omahans are very supportive if they believe in what you're doing. They're very black and white. They don't simply support projects that they don't really believe in. They've got to really buy onto the project, and so there's not a lot of gray in Nebraskans. They're either like you or they don't like you.
Now, with like you and don't like you, you seem to have really had a good relationship with the media. How did you nurture that relationship?
Well, I think basically by being pretty honest and straightforward. You never want to get absolutely caught in a lie with the media, or and it hadn't always been. I've on 2 different occasions in my career, I banned the World Herald from the zoo, which is our only daily newspaper, and you know, the zoo is named after Henry Dorley, who was the former publisher of the World Herald, and I didn't ban the Herald, I just banned an individual reporter who got out of line and who wasn't honest. And but you know, I think you gotta, number one, you gotta cultivate them. You gotta be honest and straightforward. You don't necessarily have to volunteer anything you don't want them to know, but if they ask you a question, you gotta answer it. You know, and certainly we work at finding things that are interesting for them to publish. And that old cliche I mentioned earlier about, you know, kids, animals, and a good fire. Why, you know, if you can team kids and animals up, it makes for a good picture. If you got a good picture, you automatically got a story to go with it.
So did you plan special events for them to cover?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
How did you view the media? Necessary evil? They were there to
Some
help the community?
some were, you know, really active pro-zoo supporters, but you know, that we've had over the years. Over the years, we've had a lot of reporters that we could sit down, let our hair down with, and say, okay, I want to go off the record here, and you know, whatever. And then there have been reporters where you had to keep your sentences to 3 words and be very, very careful with, you know, because there are reporters that you know that have illusions of being you know, Watergate investigative types. I actually had a reporter leave a running tape recorder running under my desk once. And that was one of the occasions when I banned a reporter from the zoo, and the you know, the publisher of the World Herald called up and said, you can't do that. And I said, well, it's done. He happened to have been a former board president of the zoo, so he and I, it took us several years to get back on really friendly relations, but I made it stick. And
Your board supported you?
several of the board said you can't do a thing like that, but the ones that counted said, okay, good, stick to it. And you know, several of them were fairly aghast and said, you just can't do things like that. But we did it, and the guys that counted were in agreement, and it helped our reputation in the long run, because it kind of established that we were honest and fair, and we demanded the same thing out of the media. Not all media is honest, as you well know.
Was it your idea of the weather predicting Siberian tiger?
No, I can't remember whose idea that was.
Not taking credit for that, huh?
But it made a really good story.
How did you go about getting people to want to come to the zoo? I mean, was it just public relations?
Well, I think that you know, the thing that we, unlike a number of places where, you know, particularly in a Nebraska summer, and you know, there are zoos that you can go in the summer, and you know, you better have your hiking, you better be in good shape and have your hiking boots on. What we've done was cluster all of our heavyweight projects, the jungle, the Desert Dome, Kingdoms of the Night, the aquarium, now butterflies, cats pretty close, giraffes pretty close, at the top of the hill and really fairly close to the main gate, so that you could come in, you know, because in the very beginning, when I first went there, we were only open in '67. We opened 5 months, and then finally we got to 7 months, and for a long time we were only open 7 months out of the year, and it was only after we built the Wild Kingdom building, Mutual building, did we actually open year-round because we had no place for people to get in out of the rain. It was simply an outdoor zoo. But what we've done is clustered the really heavyweight buildings where you can get in out of the heat or out of the snow or out of the rain close to the main gate, so that you can come in and without getting too wet or too cold or too hot, you can go to those main buildings and spend a half a day or 2/3 of a day and never be out in the elements except from going from building to building. Then that left the main part of the zoo as an open park with hoof stock and pachyderm hill elephants, rhinos, and things and our big walk-through aviary, because we've got a 4-acre walk-through aviary, that really aren't good exhibits in the wintertime anyway. So that in the wintertime, when things were really cold, and it made a huge difference as far as our demographic, as far as attendance during the wintertime. Once we got to the point that you could come in and go into the jungle and go into the desert, go into the Wild Kingdom building, so that you could come in and spend significant time and be out of the elements. It made a huge difference on our wintertime attendance, because before we had no wintertime attendance. Nebraska is not necessarily a wintertime user-friendly state, and it made a huge difference. On the other hand, Lincoln Park doesn't really have that, because the distance between exhibits and buildings is just simply not that great. But we've got 130 acres, and plus now we've expanded that by acquiring more land, and recently the Rosenblatt Stadium, the ballpark, we just acquired that and are in the process right now of tearing down the stadium. So we picked up another 37 acres of prime parking land, right on our western boundary, which we were using anyway. But I think that made a huge difference. You can come in, you can go to the zoo, do 1 building, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, go home, particularly if you've got a membership. And so it may take you 3 visits to do the whole zoo during a summer, or 4 visits, or you can come in and out and do your favorite building, and plus you can do it even if it's raining or cold or really hot.
What role did their participation play in developing the Omaha Zoo?
Say again?
Answered that really. It's all right.
Thank you. They say that it's easy to say the zoo is for the families,
Yeah.
for the kids, families. How do you get a teenager to want to come to the zoo?
I don't know.
Make
We
it
get
relevant.
I think we do well. I mean, statistically speaking, we say it's for the kids, but statistically speaking, we're assuming that anybody 12 and over is an adult. We have a lot more adults come than kids, and I think you make it fun. I mean, it's got to be interesting, exciting, fun. One of the things that we've just done is we put in a ski chairlift, bought a used one out of state fairgrounds, put it in. It goes clear across the zoo. Turns out to, and since it was used, it was relatively inexpensive, and it's made a huge amount of money for us, because we get really great ridership. Plus it's fun. It goes right across the top of the giraffe, across the ostriches, cheetahs, rhinos, it crosses the lagoon. We've got an underwater road so that in case it stops in the middle of the lagoon, why, you can take you can take a cherry picker out there and get them off the chairs.
Am I correct that you have an IMAX at the zoo?
We do.
How did you decide to develop that?
Well, that was one of them that actually, that wasn't one of my ideas. That was a chairman of the board, saw an IMAX, liked it, got we went to see the IMAX at the Sony Center in New York. we were talking about we had gotten to know talking about doing the IMAX film Kilimanjaro. We've done 2 IMAX films, one Kilimanjaro and Lewis and Clark, that we actually own. And, you know, he was willing to put up money. His company was willing to put up money, and we found another donor that was willing to put up money, and so it was kind of a no-brainer. At the time, the timing was right at the point where IMAX theaters were really at their peak and their cusp, and you know they were really generating a lot of income and a lot of excitement. Actually, you know, we put it in right at the top, and it steadily went downhill, you know, until this last year when we actually made the price of the IMAX. So it tapered off because a number of zoos that had IMAXs took them out. We've made IMAX now a part of the zoo admission, a part of the members, not the zoo admission, but a part of the membership, and actually cut the price of the IMAX for regular admission in half. And so we've got a full box most of the time now, so it's hugely popular. And the fact that if you have a zoo membership, you automatically can come to the IMAX as many times as you want. But it made us a fair amount of money in the beginning, and then as IMAX have done all over the world, the attendance tapered off, partly because the guys that were producing the IMAX film and the IMAX Corporation were not terribly user-friendly, and they kept raising their prices, and it got a little bit exorbitant. We had some inside information that IMAX, because you didn't own the projector and you didn't own the screen, you didn't own the sound system, and we had some inside information that IMAX was about to default on a bond payment. And so I called them up and made them an offer they couldn't refuse, because they only had about a week to meet the bond payment. And so we bought the projector, we bought the system, so we don't pay IMAX a royalty anymore. And that made a huge difference, not having to pay them a royalty.
I don't have any other questions.
Did you ask about the Royal Zoo?
No, I have one other question. Sorry about that, one other question there. Kind of, and then if there's anything we haven't covered, you'll say
No, I
something.
think we did.
What was you talked about relationships and so forth. What was your relationship to the Royal Zoo? What happened to the relationship?
Well, the Royal Zoo saga, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, we were always big believers in, and actually, if you might recall, I got up in front of and kind of rather pointedly and loudly argued in favor of all zoos having reciprocity with all other zoos in North America at one time in front of AZA, when people were talking about only giving half price reciprocity, or of course a number of zoos like San Diego and Denver didn't give any reciprocity. But we always believed in full reciprocity for the membership from any other zoo. And I think, for a long time that was a good policy, but it came back and bit us in the rump severely, in that we were changing computer systems, and so we had a kind of a lapse in being able to track our demographics as well as we should have, and were. And when we got the new computer system up and running, we found out that there were some zoos that had figured this out and were actively selling entrance into the Omaha Zoo, into the Henry Doorly Zoo in Omaha, as part of their membership package. And Lincoln, Nebraska was one. You know, we were getting about, I don't know, 60 some odd thousand people a year from Lincoln, Nebraska, that were buying a Lincoln, Nebraska zoo at membership at half the price. And when we got our computer system back up and running, so we could actually, and started taking zip codes again, we found out that an awful lot of those people that were buying that membership were actually lived in Omaha. And the Royal Zoo, you know, which is Royal, is a town of, I don't know, maybe 150 people in the whole town. They had about 2 little buildings and a couple of outside pens, and they had gotten a new director from Canada. Not casting any dispersions on Canadians, but who had figured this thing out, and they were selling a membership, a very cheap membership in the Royal Zoo, on the basis that it would get you into the Henry Doorly Zoo. And we didn't know it, and we couldn't track it until we got our new system up, and we had already signed an agreement. So we knew what was happening to us. I mean, but we had a signed agreement that was a legal signed agreement, and all we could do is grit our teeth for a year. You know, this is in a town that is, I'd say 150 people in the whole town. You know, you could put the whole zoo in this room. They skinned us alive. The guy also skinned the town and the zoo alive. It turns out they had two websites in which you could buy a Royal Zoo membership. We had people with South Carolina, and we had because because the Riverbanks Zoo also was offering reciprocity. I got a call from Riverbanks that said, "Where is this Royal Zoo?" Because they had people showing up in Riverbanks, South Carolina, with Royal Zoo memberships, getting in reciprocal, getting in free, and there were actually 2 websites, one of which the town knew about, that was selling Royal Zoo memberships, and another which the town didn't know about that looked the same, in which their zoo director was selling memberships. They skinned us out of about $300,000 that summer. He then took all the cash and the new van and the typewriters and everything and went north into Canada, and the Royal Zoo closed up. And I was angry for most of a whole summer, and there wasn't anything I could do about it.
Story of the Royal Zoo. Tell me some stories about transporting animals.
Well, early on, there was some really interesting things that I got to do because, as number one, I developed a substantial circus practice while I was in Ohio. So I treated a lot of circus animals, worked on, the Clouser bears and Willie Kubler's chimps and Kirby chimps, and even did some work with Gunther Gable Williams, a lot of his animals, but also did a fair amount of work in transporting animals, both, for the zoo. An interesting story was when I first met Clayton Freiheit. Everybody in the zoo world knows Clayton Freiheit. Klaus van Ozinger up at Wasaga Beach, who was had bought some animals at what was now AZA, but at a zoo meeting, and he bought a lion from us, and somewhere along the line we agreed to transport it up there to Wasaga Beach, which is up on Georgian Bay off of Hudson Bay in Canada in February. And he and he called up just before we were getting ready to bring the lion and some macaques up, and said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I got a oodad in Cleveland, Ohio. Could you stop by and pick it up and bring it with you?" And I said, "Sure, why not?" You know, it was kind of not too far out of the way, and we are going to go through Buffalo, New York. And so we picked up the oodad at midnight in the parking lot of the Cleveland Zoo, went on up. I'd never been to Buffalo, I'd never met Clayton. Clayton came out and showed us around the zoo, showed us his big gaboon vipers, and fed us lunch, and you know, and then that's the first time I'd ever met Clayton. We went off to the to the border on a Friday after lunch to go across into Canada, and I was doing pretty good until some Canadian border guy said, oodad. You know, I had a scientific name. I don't know what that is. Any other names for those? And if I'd have just shut up and stuck to the scientific name, we'd have been all right. But foolishly, I said, well, you know, some people call them Barbary sheep. Well, that was a dumb thing to do because they just had a big scabies scare in Canada with sheep. And the minute I said sheep, why, things got really difficult. So we ended up going back to the Buffalo Zoo. Clayton called his Department of Agriculture vet, who then came in with a gallon of chlordane sheep dip and some, you know, and the certificates, and we ended up pulling that bloomin' oodad out of a crate. It's about a 300-pound male oodad. Stuffed him backwards into a 55-gallon barrel, filled the barrel full of chlordane sheep dip, and poured it over his horns and scrubbed his horns and head down. Then we had to pull him out of the barrel, dripping with sheep dip, put him back in his crate, jump in the thing, because if we didn't get to the border before they closed, then we'd have to spend the weekend in Buffalo. And so we got there, they let us through, and we had to drive 450 miles all the way up to Wasaga Beach. We were totally covered, two of us, totally covered with sheep dip. And the whole time, Clayton was very encouraging, and he stood there with his cigarette like Clayton has done all these years, and he stayed well out of splash range. He never lifted a hand to help us, but he was encouraging. I guess the other transport story, without getting too much, I was loading some gorillas onto a flight once, and they had come in out of the French Cameroons. We picked them up. We had some difficulty getting them to ASPCA to clear them. This crazy Frenchman that had shipped them into the hunts had put them in 2x2, tropical hardwood crates. They were 2x2 frames with heavy storm screen over them, a plywood top and a plywood bottom, and then window screen over that. And they had obviously put him in immobilized, unconscious, and he just filled the whole bottom of the crate full of bananas and mangoes and papayas and grenadine, everything. There was just all kinds of fruit in there. And of course, APHIS, the Department of Agriculture, APHIS, that was a horror story for them, all of those plant seeds and all of that. And I'd managed, didn't get thrown in jail for it, to get them to ASPCA outside of Kennedy. And then the next morning, because they came in at like 3:30 in the morning. The next morning, APHIS came over, and there was no doors on these crates. There was no way to get them off. So what we ended up doing is we turned the crates upside down. The bottoms were 3/4 inch plywood screwed to this 2x2 frame. Unscrewed the bottom, and these were adult gorillas. They're not adult males, but adult females, and a juvenile male. Then a bunch of us got a hold of it, turned the crate back over, all the time with all of this garbage rolling around inside the crate. you know, holding the crate with the bottom unscrewed, tipped it back over, picked the crate up far enough to clear the garbage, walked the gorilla off of the crate, off of the bottom, cleaned up the bottom, hosed the gorilla off, hosed the crate off, you know, got everything all cleaned up, picked it up, walked the gorilla back onto the bottom, turned it back over and screwed the bottoms down. We did that with all 5 of them. And, you know, we were feeling pretty dang proud of that. And I was a little bit antsy about, you know, the whole crate. We got on the plane, it was a combi, you know, one of these combination jobs where they could take the seats out, flying into Chicago. I got there early, got them on pallets, got them strapped down and tarped down so that, you know, it was dark and they couldn't see anything, they wouldn't cause any problems. And the pilot came on board. We had them already loaded, and the pilot came on board and said, I want to see them. I said, well, they're all strapped down, they're all quiet, they're all asleep. And he said, no, I want to see them. He was the pilot, you couldn't not show them to him. So we took the tarp off, and he looked at those crates, and he said, boy, those are awfully flimsy crates. He said, are you sure those are strong enough for gorillas? And I looked him straight in the eye and said, every gorilla I've ever hauled has been in a crate just like that. I just didn't tell him that was the first time in my whole life I'd ever transported a gorilla. Didn't lie to him. We put the tarp back down, flew into Chicago, and loaded him onto a truck. You know, another good story was for baby, you know, gorillas, orangs, because we did a bit of transporting, like taking one to Jacksonville, Florida once. The easy way to transport a baby is to not run it through air freight. Anyway, you just take a big carry-on bag, punch holes in it, and that was before X-ray. Buy a first-class ticket, so you were setting up in first class. Wait till the plane's off the ground, unzip the bag, the baby's head pops out, you take a bottle out and say to a stewardess, you know, can you warm this bottle for me? And from that time on, nobody in the whole damn airplane could get a drink because you had all the stewardesses up there. And it worked every time. And never had a single kickback, even though we never declared a baby. But I don't think you could try it with a tiger or something like that. But for gorilla and orang babies, it worked good.